to better with the new Easy Access MasterCard from COB. Type or PIN. It's as easy as 1, 2, or 3. And it's safer too. Why use cash when you've got a card? Upgrade to better with the new Easy Access MasterCard from COB. swipe, or pin. It's as easy as 1, 2, or 3. And it's safer too. Why use cash when you've got a card? Upgrade to better with the new Easy Access MasterCard from COB.
Cricket commentary comes to you with the kind compliments of the Sports Network. Located in Berbice, the Sports Network provides coverage for radio and television. So let our experienced broadcasters provide the coverage you need for your event. Give us a call today on 651-7661 or WhatsApp 518-986-9681 or email sportsnetwork@yahoo.com. The Sports Network. Coverage is what we do.
And a pleasant morning to you. Welcome to a beautiful, beautiful Sunday morning, blessed with very good weather in Guyana. My name is John Ramsing, welcoming you to the second Kuhl Stylish Fans T20 International Series, powered by Black and White match. It's West Indies taking on India, and the ground is looking extremely beautiful. Spectators are still coming in as we speak, and we're getting ready for another cracker of a match. News from the middle is that India, through their captain Hardik Pandya, have won the toss, and they'll be having a bat first. Just to run through the teams for you this morning, India, of course, led by Hardik Pandya. It includes Ishan Kishan, Shubman Gill, Surya Kumar Yadav, Tilak Verma, Sanju Samson, Aksar Patel, Ravi Bishnoi coming in today, replacing Kuldeep Yadav, who was injured in the nets yesterday. Arshdeep Singh, Yuzvendra Chahal, and Mukesh Kumar. So just one change for India. West Indies now, led by captain Rovman Powell, Kyle Mayers. Vice captain Johnson Charles, Brandon King, Nicholas Puran, Shimron Hetmeyer, Romario Shepherd, Jason Hola, Akil Hussain, Alzari Joseph, and Obed McCoy, unchanged from their last game when they played at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in Trinidad and Tobago, a game that the West Indies won by the slim margin of just 4 runs. On that occasion, West Indies batted first and got 149 for 6 and defended nicely in the end, restricting India to 145 for 9. Umpires for today, Nigel Duguid, the local umpire, standing in his 59th T20 International, and he's joined on field by Leslie Reifert Jr., the 33-year-old Barbadian, in his 43rd match at this level. The TV umpire is Gregory Brathwaite, also from Barbados, and that's his 22nd opportunity for him in the TV box as an official in cricket. The fourth official is Jamaican Patrick Gustard, and the match referee Sir Richie Richardson. 20 overs aside, and we're getting ready. This is the second T20 International. Like I said, the first one played in Trinidad and Tobago a few days ago, and victory for West Indies. After this, there'll be the third T20 International on Tuesday right here at Providence in Guyana before the teams head over to Lauderhill in Florida for the 4th and 5th matches, which will be played on the weekend. Back-to-back matches in North America. The commentary team today, myself, John Ramsing, includes Naim Chan, Jermaine Neblett, and Anthony Kemraj, the scorer, or statistician like they call him these days, Sion Bovell. As we speak to you, the players are making their way onto the middle, And I'm joined by Jermaine Neblett, who will be joined by Naim Chan for the first 5 overs of this encounter. Jermaine, India winning the toss, losing the first T20 international, but they're batting first here today. Good morning, Jermaine.
Yes, good morning to you, John, and good morning to our listeners across Guyana and those of our friends in India. Lovely day for cricket. Interesting decision by India, winning the toss and looking to bat first. They're probably looking to set the West Indies under some kind of pressure. But having said that, I think that they would have to learn very quickly on this Providence surface is not a surface that you just go out and start playing shots from ball one. You have to take a look, you have to set yourself, and you would have to be very mindful of playing certain shots, as they say, the cross-batted shots. You try to go straight early on, and then you could take it once you set in. As I say, good morning and welcome to Naim Chan.
Good morning to you, and good morning to all our listeners wherever you might be. It's brilliant sunshine down at the National Stadium here at Providence in Guyana. So we're expecting a super match today. Rovman Powell is just about setting his field. Nice little crowd on hand. Not something that we expected. We expected quite a bigger crowd. So we're going to tell you a little bit about what's happening down at the stadium during the course of the morning. And I hope that you'll enjoy your commentaries originating here. So chances here. For the respective teams, we'd have to see what happens. McCoy, first delivery from the National Stadium, southern end. Just dropping in front of Rovman Powell down at mid-off. Pushing away gently, casually, but was not up to the pitch of the ball. And it was airborne for a while, just in front of Powell down at mid-off. Close start.
Yes, as I was saying earlier on, Naim, that this is the track that you don't really go out playing shots from ball one. The very important position in on this kind of track mostly would be the short extra cover.
McCoy toils away. He's coming in now to bowl to Kishan. Kishan, a big drive outside the off stump, doesn't make contact, taken by the wicket keeper. So pretty uncertain start here. Ovid McCoy, of course, the Indians will remember him from the last time they were in the Caribbean, had a big wicket haul, and he's operating from the southern end of the ground. So this morning we were evaluating the pitch. We'd have our commentsman in a while to share some of his experience in not a lot of cricket being played here at the National Stadium in a while. McCoy comes into Kishan. Kishan forward, opens the face, gets it down to cover point, no run. Tidy first over, and quite a bit of chancy work here from Ishan Kishan. He's a very aggressive batsman. First delivery driven down to mid-off, just in front of mid-off, and got off very, very cheekily there. Nice sunshine streaming down. Here is McCoy. He's charging in from the far end, up and bowls to Kishan. Big drive outside the off stump. Again doesn't make contact. And something about Kishan not evaluating or looking at the pitch. I'm surprised that Shubman Gill hasn't come down as yet and have a little word with him.
Well, I'm thinking that probably he's doing that from a distance, just coming down and doing a bit of gardening. But what the young man would have to learn very quickly here, Naim, that this is a pitch that you really have to get yourself in. I know it's a T20, but you have to get yourself in before you'll be able to play those expansive shots.
McCoy comes in, bowls to Kishan. Kishan is opening the face down to Jason Holder at third man. They pick up a single, so the scoreboard will tick for the first time. And good opening over here from Obid McCoy. So very interesting field. I would have thought that the start-up, the very first over of this game, that we may have been a little more aggressive starting off. There's just a solitary slip. McCoy turns now in the distance. He's going to bowl to Gill for the first time. Gill is forward, slightly choked, opens the face, gets it down to cover point, and there is no run. That's the end of the over. Good first over from Obid McCoy, and almost picked up a wicket, that of Ishan Kishan.
Yes, good over there by McCoy, not trying to do too much. He's just trying to do the little things right. Bowling the ball in the good areas, not trying to bowl too quick. You know, just being that patient on this track. You know, on this track, Naeem is not something that you want to experiment that much, being a fast bowler. And McCoy have done a very good service to his team, bowling a good force over. And I think at this time, the Indians would have to say to themselves, they'd have to work out their scoring areas. This won't be an easy track, you know, for them to come and, you know, to play their shots that they're accustomed to.
Well, nice plucky thinking here from Rovman Powell. He's going to operate with spin. Akil Hussain will pick it up from the commentary box end or the northern end of the ground. And Powell, he has been having discussions with his players, and we're seeing just again a solitary slip. I would have thought that for Obed McCoy, he may have been a little more aggressive. Hussain from the commentary box end, he's up, bowls to Kishan, short, pulled away, all the way down to the boundary. 6 runs down at backward square, more like forward of the square leg umpire. It was so short, I thought that Ishan Kishan could have seen the writing on the ball.
Lovely shot there by Kishan, just getting inside the line of it, and a good gift serve up there by Hussain, force on, and he was able to capitalize on it and hitting it over the deep mid-wicket boundary for 6. Lovely shot.
There is something very deceptive about, which I admire, about Akil Hussain. He seems extremely confident when he's bowling, whatever he's doing in the field, and you can see that he's a thinking bowler. That was the first delivery, just a little giveaway.
Yes, definitely. Even you have to pull himself back. Don't try too much. As he's bowling a new ball, he shouldn't be trying to spin it, but just trying to get it in a good line and a good length on the off stump.
Akil, he's up there now. Balls to Kishan, short. He's in behind, pushing away into the offside, picked up by Akil himself. Hussain, that's Akil, of course, coming into this game with 27 wickets under his belt, 35 matches. Short run up, balls to Kishan, short again, can't maneuver, and that's the deception I'm talking about. Akil seems to, he's so confident, so he appears a bit lackadaisical, so to speak, and then all of a sudden you can't maneuver him. That was again a little short, but Ishan Kishan could just manage to get it on to mid-on.
I think that ball got on to him a bit quicker. Akil just, you know, give that one not so much flight, but just push through a bit, and the ball was on to him before he could actually play the shot.
Here he is now to Gill. Gill is slightly cramped. He's in behind, playing it up on the onside, picked up by Hussain. Gill, we have seen him in so many T20 games, but this is just game number 8 for him at the T20 International, and he's coming in here with a massive strike rate of 156. Hussain comes in, bowls to Gill, nicely flighted. Again, the deception, that's what I'm talking about. He was like cramped. I'm not certain that Gill knew exactly whether to go forward or on the back foot. He was deceived in the end.
Well bowled there by Akil Hussain. I think this is what you would need the batsman to do in this track, is to come forward and allow them to drive.
Hussain, slightly faster delivery, thinking again, variety, the order of the day, turned away into the onside. That's the end of over number 2, and the score now just about 9 without loss. India winning the toss and batting.
Good over there for India, was able to get a 6 off the force ball. Hussain asked a few questions, a little bit indifferent overthinking, which he wouldn't be that much pleased with himself. But you could see from the onset of this track, this is not the kind of track that they would be able to really play those expansive shots. We'd have to really bat deep, set themselves, get themselves in, and then try to play those kind of shots that they're known to be playing on those super wickets that they have in India.
I'd like to hear your thinking on India winning the toss and batting in a while, but I'll just facilitate our listeners with some of the background information about the National Stadium after this delivery. Obed McCoy will come around the wicket. He's going to bowl to Shubman Gill. So we've had a change. Alzari Joseph, correction, down the leg side, taken by the wicketkeeper. So Wonder what's going through the mind of Rovman Powell. Just one over Obed McCoy, and we've got a change.
Well, probably they would probably looking to switch ends. Let's say that Akil Hussein probably is not feeling comfortable bowling from the northern end, and probably it's just a switch around. I believe that Obed McCoy bowled a very good over the first up, and he should get an next over.
Here is Joseph. He's up there now over the wicket to Gill. Gill forward, stabbing it away into the offside. There's no run. And Alzari Joseph coming into this game. This is his 14th T20 International, 22 wickets. At quite a miserly average of 18, just over 18. There's Rovman Powell again, changing the field. The solitary slip in this power play has been taken out. He's gone to just about forward of the square leg umpire. Joseph comes in, bowls to Gill. Gill struck on the pad, stifled appeal. In fact, vociferous now, joined by other players not out, says the umpire.
Quite interesting field here now, Naeem. We're seeing both the fine leg and the third man are up in the circle. So Alzari Joseph would have to be bowling very much straight, not giving too much length, because once you bowl that length, the batsman could be able to guide that ball past the short third man and able to get probably a boundary or even a couple. You have to bowl a very tight and close off stump line.
Very, very close indeed. There's a man down at backward square on the boundary. Joseph comes in, bowls to Gill. Big shot outside the off stump. Beaten. Comprehensively beaten as he prodded forward, looking for an ambitious drive. Straight over the top. Misguided and missed it too. Good ball.
Good bowling there by Alzari Joseph. And the question is asked now, why would the skipper Powell decide to take out the fourth slip? Alzari Joseph, the ball is still new. A few deliveries are coming through nicely to the keeper. I think the fourth slip should still be in place, especially in this time.
I was surprised when it started off with Obed McCoy. Big shot down the leg side. It's gone over the boundary rope for 6. Big shot, trifle short. And that explains the actual ability of Shubman Gill. Trifle short. In a split second, he was in position and hoisted it over the top of backward square. 6 runs.
Lovely cricketing shot. The ball was just short of a good length. It wasn't a bad delivery, but Gill got in such good position, good balance, good eyesight, good hands-eye coordination, able to hit that over the backward square boundary for 6.
Well, I don't think the West Indians would like this guy. He's a ticking time bomb to explode. Joseph in, bowls to Shubman Gill. It's in the air. It could be taken by Hetma. He takes the catch. Down at the backward point, almost 3/4 of a way down to the boundary. Big shot, outside edge. Shubman Gill is gone. The West Indies have started off well, and now they're picking up their first wicket.
Good bowling there by Alzari Joseph, being hit for the very short.
Well, the action continues down at the National Stadium at Providence. Good work here from Alzari Joseph. We saw the kind of bowling they put in the first T20 game in Trinidad and Tobago not so long. They've come back with the same form, doing pretty well here. Brilliant sunshine, and what a place to be this morning. Expected quite a larger crowd, but it's not to be at this moment. Some of the spectators perhaps just going to be trekking down to the ground a bit later. Good delivery here to Surya Kumar Yadav. Struck on the pad, just above the knee roll, a bit high, and ricocheted into the offside. That's extras, I think it would be. 17 for the loss of 1 at the end of the over.
Good bowling there by Zari Joseph. You know, Zari Joseph sometimes give us some kind of what you would call a mixed bag. But within this over, he has bowled some very good deliveries, and that very first delivery, was quite sharp, cutting back into the batsman, hit him just above the knee roll. But the Zari Joseph, as we know, once he gets it right, he could be very difficult to handle on this track. And we could see that he's running in with some kind of purpose. You know, he's looking very purposeful in what he's doing. And from a West Indian point of view, would like to see him really carry on.
So we're going to see a switch. Ovid McCoy, who started off from the southern end of the ground, has come around. He's going to operate from the top end or the northern end of the ground. So brilliant sunshine here at the National Stadium. It's lush green outside. We've been having nice weather conditions. Today's forecast also offers us a lot of sunshine. Over number 4, about to start. Power play in action. It's going to be McCoy operating from the commentary box end. Short approach. He's up there now. Bowls to Surya Kumar Yadav. Yadav is just nudging it away into the offside, and there is no run. This is another ticking time bomb. We've seen a lot of him in recent times in T20 internationals and especially T20s in the IPL. A prolific batsman on both sides of the wicket, may I say. He's right-handed. Here is McCoy now, top of his mark. He's going to burst into that rhythmic approach. He's up, bowls to that Surya Kumar Yadav, and almost taken. What an unfortunate shot. He's lucky stars, just over the head of the bowler and to the right of mid-off orthodox. That's Jason Holder. Charmed life.
Yes, what the West Indian bowlers, especially seamers, need to be doing on this track is just exactly what Ovid McCoy is doing. Just bowl the ball in the good areas and allow the batsmen to really make the mistake. As you could see again, this is not a track, as I said, there will be a custom playing those shots on, but they will have to really work on dig deep.
This is match number 12, T20 International. Close shave! A masterful return there from mid-off. And it looks as though he's out. That's Surya Kumar? Yes, the Ishan Kishan. So Surya Kumar attempting there a cheeky single. More trouble for India as Surya Kumar Yadav, who in fact is one of the most prolific batsmen in the lineup, or batter in the lineup, I'm being told. He's walking back to the pavilion. More trouble here for India.
Yes, Naim, that was the kind of suicidal run, so to speak. You hit the ball straight to the field and took off with a single. I think fair enough they'll be saying to themselves they need to get a scoreboard taken, but you have to be circumspect in the way how you goes about it.
Well, let's just come back to this thing about the National Stadium. This is match number 12 for T20 internationals, and the average score here is just about 123. That's in the T20 internationals. It's not prolific. It doesn't have a history of offering a lot of runs. And I'm wondering whether you think or have any ideas on what India did to win the toss and bat first, if it was an extremely sensible move.
Well, I think one of the things they must be taking into consideration is probably on the assumption that the wicket, gets bad, or it bowls better or it plays better in the second half. But having said that, the stadium it's always have a wicket in which you would have to graph, which you would have to really work hard and score your runs. But once you get in, you're able to score. And I think this is something that they had to take into consideration. But as it is now, I think everything is playing well into the West Indian hands. And the bowlers are on top. The batsmen, they're struggling to score. And if the Indian batsmen don't really work out this track quite quickly, this could be a game that they will be trying to play from behind.
Well, new batsman in, the little wonder boy, Tilak Varma, had a dream start. First 2 deliveries he faced up in the last game, 2 sixes. McCoy comes in, bowls to him. He's stuttering or gently and casually turning the wrist, gets it over into the onside field. There is no run. So 5 of the 8 games we've had results for, 5 were won by the team batting second, 3 won by the team batting first. So the National Stadium has got a record of offering more wins for the team batting second. Big slash down to backward point. The batsman crossed for a single. Tilak Varma, kind of a no-nonsense batsman. Just the other day, he was a debutant on the 19 with Jaiswal, and the two of them growing up at the same time. Jaiswal was omitted from the first game, and this game, the second game. But just coming back, we'll just get you back on track with the National Stadium. McCoy lifting delivery, nicely bowled. Keeshan just looking at it as it go by outside the line of the off stump. That's the end of the over. 19 for the loss of 2.
Tap, swipe, or pin. It's as easy as 1, 2, or 3. And it's safer too. Why use cash when you've got a card? Upgrade to better with the new Easy Access MasterCard from COB.
Cricket commentary comes to you with the kind compliments of the Sports Network. Located in Berbice, the Sports Network provides coverage for radio and television. So let our experienced broadcasters provide the coverage you need for your event. Give us a call today on 651-7661 or WhatsApp 518-986-9681 or email sportsnetwork@yahoo.com. The Sports Network.
So
coverage is what
Jason
we do.
Holder from the far end, he's up and bowls to Varma. Varma is not pretty certain. Jason Holder has got the best bowling figures here in T20 internationals. Very impressive. Had 4 wickets. And let me just see his name. Yeah, he's got 4 wickets in one of the games here. But lots of tiny little records because it's quite a young ground, the National Stadium at Providence. As I said, just game number 12. Holder turns wide of the crease. And he's going to bowl to Varma. Up and bowls. Varma looking for an adventurous shot from outside the off stump. Looking to tug it away into the onside. Got it low on the bat. It ricocheted, so to speak. They picked up 2 nevertheless.
They picked up 2. I think Holder was a bit short, looking to probably get his line right, or his length right, so to speak. But the batsman, Varma, was able to come inside the line, probably expecting it to come on him a bit quicker. Nonetheless, I think Holder would really just need to just follow in the steps of Azari Joseph and Obed McCoy, who bowled in those good areas to the Indian batsmen, asking some questions.
Holder walks back to his mark calculatingly, and he's going to bowl to Varma again. Varma had 39 in 21 balls. His debut match, the first T20 international, played in Trinidad and Tobago recently. Outside the off stump, wide signal by the umpire. Still a small crowd here. And that's the mound across to our left being shown to you via television at the moment. And of course, our commentaries are broadcasting on YouTube as well, windiescricket.com. Holder turns now, brilliant sunshine, charges in, gains momentum, up to Varma, big drive, nicely fielded, down at cover. Good cricket here at the National Stadium.
Yeah, it's good cricket so far by the West Indies. They've been very sharp in the field, and I think that this is a good showing so far. They're playing in a venue where they're quite accustomed to. And I think, they're really using the conditions well. The ball is not giving anything away, making the Indian batsmen work hard to score.
Varma settles again.
This is cricket on Cotton Drive.
Bowls to him now. Big shot, straight over the top, long on. This would carry. We'd have to wait on a signal of the umpire. He signals 4. But this guy is quite an aggressive little batsman. Cheeky little batsman, diminutive in stature, just pitched up there by Holder. There's an orthodox mid-on. He hoisted it high and hard, just inside of the boundary for 4.
Lovely shot there, and I think this is the kind of track that, you know, you wait your time, so to speak. You know, you wait for the bowler to bowl it to you, and then, you know, you try to go hard at it. Otherwise than that, you just have to stay, work it out, get yourself in.
Holder, again, up bowls to Varma. Varma pulling away down the leg side. Hetmai is in the way, and the batsman will cross for a solitary runs. 27 now for the loss of 2. Quite adventurous batting here from little Varma.
Quite adventurous, but I would want to just look at it from this angle, Naeem, if probably they're trying to target Holder, because we're seeing that they're going so much after him, unlike, you know, playing the other balls a little bit more circumspect, so to speak.
At the same time, I don't think they've been in absolute control. Hetmai is down a backward square, but it dropped way in front of him. Holder to Varma. Varma again down the leg side, pulls it away straight to Hetmai, a singer. The batsman will cross for. That's the end again of another over. Over number 5, 28 for 2. Anthony Kemraj will join you.
Well, so far we have seen a steady going there by the Indians, not able to really accelerate or play those expansive strokes that they would have been playing. But one must say, well bowled to the West Indians. So far they're able to keep the Indians scoring in check. Their bowlers have been unsung, bowling well, bowling good areas. Azari Joseph, Obed McCoy, they've been the ones. Some brilliant feeling also. As I say, good morning and welcome to Anthony Kemraj.
Good morning to you, Jermaine. Good morning to listeners across Radio Land. And it's a sunlit Providence Stadium as Joseph will continue from the media center end to start over number 6 and bowls to Kishan. He is going back, crammed for room as he stabs it out straight to Brandon King in the covers. He can score. And the Indian total remains at 28 for 2. But winning the toss this morning, Jermaine, maybe I can get your thoughts. India deciding to bat first on the Providence track?
Yes, I think I would have expected them to insert the West Indians, taking into consideration that, you know, they would have done some background check, and I thought that would have been done, but nonetheless, they had different thoughts.
Here is Alzari Joseph. He speeds away. He's up there, bowls to Kishan. He's pulling it down past the fielder there. That's Jason Holder. Down to a wide long on area and gets another boundary. And the boundaries are coming for India. 32 now for the loss of 2 wickets in over number 6.
Yeah, good shot there again by Kishan. Azari Joseph a bit short. He was able to get inside the line of that delivery quickly and able to hike it around and able to get 4 runs.
So the 2 wickets going down, just in case you've just joined us. Let me tell you what transpired earlier. Of course, India won the toss, decided to take first strike here at Providence. And losing 2 wickets, Gill and Yadav in pretty quick time. The first wicket going down at 16, the second at 18. And the last run out provided by Mears. Brilliant work getting rid of Yadav. Here is Joseph to bowl to, that's Kishan outside the off stump. That's the beauty of a delivery. And Alzari Joseph, some people are saying Alzari maybe needs some rest. 13 is, just looking at the replay, and a good ball outside the off stump there.
Good ball, good carry to the keeper. Azari Joseph, as I said, sometimes he gets the ball in good areas, bowl at good pace, and then at the next time you saw him would just go and, you know, give it away, so to speak.
Kishan is 13, Varma is on the east bank of Demerara, Guyana. Here is Joseph bowls to
a flyer, but I believe looking at the onset of these 2 young batsmen, if one of them should just probably get in a bit more, I think it'd be very interesting to see how the innings would unfold.
Joseph just lost the sunshine for a bit. Speeds in, bowls to Varma. He's getting a well-pitched up delivery. This is brilliant bowling. And he taps it out straight to mid-on. Holder fields. Another Rovman Powell has led his charge as well. And now we'll see Romario Shepherd. He will continue. 28 matches, 24 wickets. At an economy of just over 10. Best of 3 for 21. Those are his figures in T20 internationals. Kishan has 14. Varma has 9. And this is a lovely place to be at Providence, the Guyana National Stadium. Here is Shepherd. He comes up, bowls to Varma. He is cutting it down to backward point. Knocked down by Hussain. And rifles a return in. the West Indies have been brilliant in the field, I must say, Jermaine. Their bowling has been brilliant as well. And their all-round cricket, Jermaine, has been pretty good.
Yeah, so far they're having a good time in the field. They're bowling well. The bowlers are sticking to their tasks. The fielders are supporting. And I think at this time what they need to do is just continue doing the simple things right.
Yes, in cricket you've got to do the basics right. Here is Shepherd bowls to Kishan, opening the face. In fact, it's Varma, and then gets a single. The two of them look similar in stature. Sometimes you can be fooled. 14 is Kishan, 10 is Varma, and over number 7. And nice to see the spectators coming out and supporting cricket here at the Providence Stadium. We'll be back here on Tuesday as well for the third match in this series, as Shepherd continues and bowls to Kishan. He is coming forward. Just a check drive on the onside, as that's Joseph comes off the boundary from long on. They get another single. Good rotation in the strike though. 36 for the loss of 2 wickets. Kishan has 15 from 16 and Varma 10 from 11.
Yes, I think it's good. What they need to do is not allow too many dots to bowl. And, would have to rotate the strike, keep the bowlers checked. The bowlers would have to do different things to different batsmen as the game unfolds.
Here is Shepherd. He's up there. Bowls to Varma. He's looking for an expansive drive. And might have hit the bottom of the bat as it came down to the keeper. That's Nicholas Puran. He picks up. And the score remains on 36-4-2. But this has really been a solid effort, if I put it that way, from the West Indies outfit this morning. They've come out with a purpose. And even though India winning the toss and deciding to bat, they've come out and played well. He's chucking the pad. That's Verma, as he looks to play it on the onside. Good bowling so far from Shepherd, 36-2.
Good bowling there by Shepherd, but he'd need to be a bit straighter with a fine leg inside the circle. Trying to get the ball from around the wicket into the left-hander. We just have to look to be a touch straight, probably just come a little bit closer to the off stump instead of looking to start it just about middle. But so far, so good. He's looking well, bowling to his field, giving the captain the necessary support that is needed.
Here is Shepherd, up and bowls to Varma. He's tucking the ball in the onside. We get a single. That's the fielder comes off the boundary. And they get another single. So another over completed. And India deciding to bat first here at Providence Stadium. They're 37-2.
It'd be quite interesting to see when Akil Hussain would actually come back into the attack. We could see so far that Skipper Powell is trying to use up his seam bowlers in most of these early overs. And it's paying for him. The bowlers have responded well, not giving anything away to the Indian batsmen, making scoring for them not that easy. And we could see now with a change with Kyle Mears coming into the attack, probably the spin wouldn't really have much, especially in these early overs, Anthony.
So Mears will continue from the immediate center end. And as you said, Powell bringing the changes around. And just goes to show that Rothman Powell, in my liking, he's done well for the West Indies in the shortest format. He's done well, and it was a pleasure as a cricket fan to see the West Indies winning the first T20 International by a mere 4 runs and putting lots of pressure on India here. India, as we know, the IPL, very strong tournament. As Mears will start over number 8. The ball to Varma. He is beaten outside the off stump. That might have straightened the last moment. 37-2. Good bowling there from Mears.
Good bowling from Mears. And Mears could be the kind of bowler on this track who could really exploit it well. He gets the ball in the good areas. He does a bit with the ball, gets us to move occasionally off the seam and through the air. I think he could be kind of difficult to really get off the square on this track.
Yes, he's that sort of a nippy bowler. From around the wicket, bowls to Varma. He's trying the paddle sweep, and that will go here for 4. That was elegantly played by the left-hander. Realizing that the man was there at short fine leg, and he picks up a boundary. He has gone up to 15. Both batsmen are on 15. It's 41 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, good innovation there. And this is what T20 cricket is all about. Is innovation. It's about playing bowlers, throwing them off their line. And I think this was very good. Getting inside the line of it and playing the scoop, as they call it, and able to get 4 runs.
Yeah, the scoop has become a very prominent shot, if I may put it that way, in this format of the game. One remembers Tilakaratne Dilshan, was William Perkins, and all those names come to mind. But it's such a, it can be risky, but it's high scoring as well. Here is Mears bowls to, that's Varma, down the leg side, wide signal by the umpire. One more to the total. 42, I make it for the loss of 2 wickets. Kishan is 15 from 16. Varma is 15 from 16 as well. And India, they have not been able to get off to a flyer, so to speak. Here is Mears. Up to Varma, he is coming forward. Then checks it, a check drive on the onside down to mid-wicket short where Mears fields his own bowling. And they get another single. Good rotation in the strike though.
Yes, good rotation in the strike. I think one of the things I would have done had I been young Mears is, continue bowling with the field that he was bowling with just before he got the scoop, because on this kind of track, you want to encourage the batsman, that's some element of risk is in the playing a shot like that. You don't want him to stop playing that.
Here is Mears, up and bowls to Kishan. He is tucking it down past mid-wicket. The fielder comes around, in fact it goes into the boundary. Beats the 2 fielders there, one to his right, one to his left. That's Charles, and the other fielder being Obed McCoy, as the ball goes into the boundary for 4. 4 more to the Indian total there, Jermaine.
4 more, and good placement again by the batsman, just recognizing that there's some gap between the 2 players and just placing it just between them and able to get 4 runs.
Here is Mears to bowl to Kishan. He taps away, he's up there, and again he is pulling it, or sort of tucking it into the onside. He favors the onside, you can see that. Gets another single, that's McCoy, comes off the boundary. 1 more to the Indian total, 48 for 2, 20 is Kishan from 18, and Varma has 16 from 17. And it's going to be interesting to see the final total that India will post here, because both teams have eye-catching hitters. Here's Mears, bowls to Varma, he's opening the face, down past point, will get a single, the man sweeping, that Shepherd comes off the boundary, and another over completed. It's 49 for 2, we have had what, 8 overs bowled. Cricket commentary comes to you with the kind compliments of the Sports Network. Located in Berbice, the Sports Network provides coverage for radio and television. So let our experienced broadcasters provide the coverage you need for your event. Give us a call today on 651-7661 or WhatsApp 518-986-9681 or email sportsnetwork@yahoo.com. The Sports Network. Coverage is what we do. Welcome back here at Provident, back with the brilliant sunshine. Jason Holder continues from the Players Pavilion end, and Varma taps away. Here is Holder, bowls to Varma. He's turning it, down pass backward square. The fielder comes off the boundary, that's Romario Shepherd. And he sends a very good return to the keeper, that's Puran. The 50 has come up. In the 9th over, 20 is Kishan. Varma has 18. And it's not a really fast progress, as I said, but a relatively good one though for India.
Yes, as I said, Anthony, this is not a track they would come and blast the bowling around. They would have to grab and spot themselves good and then able to make that launch.
Here is Holder, bowls to Kishan, missed time as he was looking to slap this ball through the offside field straight to the captain. That's, in fact, it's Mears there at short cover who fields. And as I said, it's brilliant to see people coming out to support this game. And of course, the West Indies having won the first T20 International. The last time the West Indies defeated India in successive T20 internationals was way back in 2016. Can they continue on that trend? Here, so again, across usual flair that you would expect to see from the Indian batters. Of course, point taken that the wicket might just be a little bit slower, and they have to be more cautious, if I may put it that way, more watchful. Here is that's a beamer, low full toss. It's going to be interesting. The signal will come up from the umpire as the ball was released. So another over completed, 53 for 2. We've had 9 overs bowled.
or pin. It's as easy as 1, 2, or 3. And it's safer too. Why use cash when you've got a card? Upgrade to better with the new Easy Access MasterCard from COB.
Back here to the Providence Stadium, brilliant sunshine, an absolutely tremendous view from our vantage point here in the media center. And as we look out, we can see lots of people in the stands and supporting this series. The Kuhl stylish fans T20 series powered by black and white, of course. So Romario Shepherd, he will continue from this as the media center end. None for 3, and he's had 1 over bowl so far. Will bowl from around the wicket to Varma. He's up there, bowls to Varma, one which is pitched up. And Varma is flicking it on the onside. Straight to long on. The captain comes off the boundary. That's Rovman Powell. Rifles the return into Puran. And the score goes up to 54-4-2. So just to recap what has happened during the course of the white ball series. India winning the first one international by 5 wickets. The second ODI, West Indies winning by 6 wickets. And of course, the first T20 international, the West Indies winning by 4 runs. And the West Indies will want to continue in that winning vein, or that rich trend. Here is Shepherd bowls to Kishan. He's heaping it down past mid-wicket. The fielder just watches it as it goes over his head down at backward square and goes into the boundary for 6 more. So Hetemaya, all he could have done was to just watch it. 60 for now for the loss of 2. Good shot there.
Good shot there. You know, Shepherd, kind of interestingly, it seems to be that he would have missed his run, but nevertheless he didn't. It was actually him bowling from way behind the crease, probably just looking to fool the batsman a bit and deceiving him, not able to do as he planned. I was able to hit for 6.
Here is Shepherd. Will want to correct that. He's up there. Bowls to Kishan. He's edging. And in fact, he's bowled. Beautiful delivery. The left-hander was looking to come forward to steer it maybe. And it hit the stump. Shepherd 1 for 10 in his second over. 64-3 now. And that's an important blow here, struck by Romario Shepherd.
It's always good to have a good comeback delivery.
64-3.
Yes, definitely. But I think on this occasion, you're able to play or try to play some of those expansive shots. But if he comes out, you know, trying to go after the bowling, the bowlers are on top, he could find himself walking back right in pretty soon. So
the bowling so far has been very impressive, as I said. McCoy, 2 overs, no maiden, 3 runs, no wicket. Akil Hussain, just 1 over for 8 runs. Alzari Joseph, 2 overs, no maiden, 13 runs, 1 wicket. Jason Holder, 2 overs, no maiden, 13 runs, no wicket. Romario Shepherd, this is his second over, and so far he's gone for 10 runs, he's picked up a wicket. And Mir, just the 1 over for 12 runs. So the West Indies bowling generally has been pretty good. And they haven't allowed India to go away with that speed, with that acceleration that we know the Indians can score very fast. 60-3. But like you mentioned too, Jermaine, the wicket, just picking up the pace, might not be the fastest batting track or conducive to stroke play, if you might want to put it that way. So they have to be very careful. But if I have to give the advantage, I'll definitely give it to the West Indies at the moment, Jermaine.
Yeah, definitely. You'd want to see the West Indies are in the driver's seat. But just to elaborate a little bit more on the wicket, you know, it's a cricket wicket. It brings a different challenge. You know, every cricket wicket brings different challenges. And the Providence Stadium wicket is no different. You know, the challenge that it brings about is that you really have to come in, get yourself in, and then you're able to expand and play those shots. It's not a wicket that you're going to come and start blasting and beating the ball around from ball 1 or from get-go. You'd have to get yourself in, get your eyes in, pick up the pace, and, you know, you work the V's, and then you try to get in and play some of those shots that we know that the Indians are capable of.
Yes, Shepherd continues and will bowl to Sampson. Receives his first delivery, and he opens the face straight to point. That's Hetmai in the way. He feels cleanly and can score. And we were discussing last evening in Berbice, some friends and I, and some of them were saying, you know what, we love watching Mahela Jayawardene, Virat Kohli, A.B. de Villiers. You know, sometimes it's not all about power. You can be classy as well. You can get boundaries, but hit it in the V. find the gaps. Here is Shepard. He's up there, bowls to Sampson to the left of Hetmeyer at backward point, and that's sped away to the boundary for 4. Lightning fast. He gets off the mark, 64 for 3.
Yeah, good shot there by Sampson. Shepard a bit short, able to get in that position quite quickly in 3 arms and able to get 4 runs. I think Shepard at this time would just need to be a bit fuller to Sampson. You know, don't allow him to just hang back on that back foot. You need to just get the ball full and trifle fuller and allow him to come on the front foot and look to play drives and so forth, not cutting. You don't want him to be cutting on this track.
Well, he did cut, and he did cut hard. See, if you do that hard. He got the success. Here is Shepard. Bowls at Sampson. He's looking for a single. Drops it on the onside. Good communication. That completes another over. We've had 10 overs bowled in the winning the toss and batting here at Providence Stadium. 65 for 3. Sampson is 5 and Varma has 20. More from you, Jermaine. Then we're going to have a double change.
Good over there by Romario Shepard. Over in which he got a wicket with the ball very well pitched up. You know, he's just a bit off coming down to the end of his over, but nonetheless I think that, you know, he's the kind of bowler that always poses challenges to the batsmen. You know, he would go for runs, but he would get wickets. So as a captain, I think Powell would have to know how best to use Shepard in these conditions. And I think so far has been doing well. Powell ringing the changes, not allowing the batsmen to settle, moving around his bowlers. You know, it's something that is good to see. He's not being stereotyped, and he's ringing the changes, setting the field, different field for different batsmen. And we could see that they're bowling and they're playing with a plan, and that's very good from a West Indian standpoint.
Good, Jermaine. Good morning again. If you have joined us for the first time on windiescricket.com. Nice match in the making, 65 for 3. Sampson takes strike. Holder comes in, bowls to him. Off cutter comes back into the right-hander. Dabbed down towards third man. Gets a single. Romario Shepard, who had that fantastic last over in the previous T20 International in Trinidad and Tobago. But this is Guyana. This is T20 International number 12 to be played at this ground. And the man that's operating from the southern end, Jason Holder, has had the best figures in T20 Internationals at this ground, 4 for 26. He charges in now, bowls, and this is an attempted shot down the leg side, and it took somewhere on the glove and ricocheted down to short third man on the offside. So Tilak Varma has displayed his intention from ball 1. He scored 39 in the last game down in Trinidad and Tobago. So he's fetching quite a good average. He's down at the National Stadium. Brilliant sunshine streaming down. Holder comes in, bowls to Varma. Varma drives down to mid-off. It goes all the way down to long off, and the batsmen pick up a single. So the score inching on 63 for 3, 67 correction for 3, 10.3 overs. As I welcome back John Ramsing, well, not back, for the first time this morning, and the comments position. So a lot to play here for West Indies, edging past India in the first T20, coming down to Guyana the second. Holder comes in, bowls to Sampson. Sampson back in total control. There's no slip, and guides it down towards the third man region. They pick up an easy single. Good morning again, John Ramsing. How are you doing?
Good morning, Naim. Good morning, listeners. Yes, I'm doing very well. It's good to see this gripping encounter. West Indies picking up a couple of early wickets, and the ascendancy is now with West Indies. But India, these guys, we know, they love to bat and bat long.
Holder in, bowls to Varma, big shot outside the off stump, airborne all the way down to the cover boundary for 4. It was outside the off stump. The right foot came across in time in super fashion and hit it away, airborne for a long while. There's no person there. There's a man on the squarish cover point area down to the boundary, but this went to his left. Good shot, and Varma has indicated his intention.
Placement has been very good, and to a type of delivery like that outside the off stump, you must be able to cash in.
He moves to 25, short, hooked away just over short backward square, and it will go down to the boundary for 4. Now the backward square, or may I say a very short fine leg, just over his head, close shave for Varma, and Varma he's not regarding taking chances. He's just going there. He's a plucky little batsman, takes up the challenge, and so is Ishan Kishan, who was out a short while ago. The score rallies on to 76 for 3, over number 11 completed. Not exactly where India would want it to be, John Ramsing.
A batting side like India, they'll be looking to score a little bit more free. They want to have that current run rate increased to maybe about 8 runs and over by their standard. But take nothing away from what the West Indian bowlers have served up so far. Akil Hussain now coming for his second over, perhaps the most expensive in terms of over economy rate, barring Alzari Joseph, who went for 13 runs and over. So West Indies been very good so far, but the Indian side just 6 fours so far, and that one make it 7 the last one. So not getting a lot of boundaries either, Naim.
Well, here is Hussain. I'll give you the field in a while. He's up, flighted, nicely bowled, chokes the batsman Samson inside of his wicket, just managing to turn it up on the onside for Powell to pick it up. There's no run. Not the best looking crowd there, but here is Hussain. He's out, stop there. What a deception. This is what I like about Akil Hussain. Something about him gets the batsman disoriented. That was Samson chipping down the line. This happened in Trinidad and Tobago as well. And stomped clean out, and he has gone back for 7. India in a spot of trouble now, and they're just about, 4 wickets down. And of course, as John Ramsing was saying, they've got a deep batting lineup. So Sanju Samson 7, and they're now 76 for 4, nearly 11.2.
Excellent delivery from Akil Hussain. You can see extra turn. I think he put the revs on that one and comprehensively beat Sanju Samson, who was looking to chip down the track to negate any spin that was on offer from Akil Hussain, and he missed it. So well bowled. I think the pace as well on that delivery is what really caused the undoing of the batsman. In that case, Sanju Samson, we know how dangerous he can be, especially when he's playing for the Rajasthan Royals. So on that occasion, Akil Hussain getting the better of him, and that's what I was saying earlier. The West Indian bowling not allowing India to really get on top of them. Not a lot of boundary balls, and they're taking their chances. And that was excellent glove work. You must spare a moment for the work of the wicketkeeper Nicholas Pooran. He was very quick and perfect technique as well. As soon as the ball got past the outside edge, he was in the position to whip off the bails. Good wicket for West Indies.
The precise scenario happened in Trinidad and Tobago with this little boy. This little guy, Akil Hussain, is a deceptive bowler. Very absolutely confident as he comes in, just a struggling run-up, so to speak. Bowls to Pandya, the captain, turns it away down the leg side, backward square, and gets off the mark. Pandya came in from the last game, and he had some 19 off 19 deliveries. He has not been the Pandya we've seen so many times on television in T20s across the different formats, of course. He was patient. He ended up taking India safely for a while until they lost the game. Hussain from the commentary box end. He's up now and bowls to Varma. Varma is back and pulls it square of the wicket down towards mid-wicket. Johnson Charles picks it up, sends a nice return to Pooran, a single to the batsman, Varma. He's gone to 30 actually, 27 balls, 78 for the loss of 4. What could be going through Pandya's mind? He's got a solitary slip, backward point, cover on the boundary, extra cover mid-off on the offside. Hussain bowls to Hardik. Pandya struck on the pad. His left arm orthodox, and that was struck somewhere a little bit outside the leg stump. The umpire not interested. Stifled appeal. Hussain walks back to his mark. Little jogger. Just a few steps outside. He's going to bowl to Pandya. He's on one. Cramped again for space as he came out to the back foot. Nice work by Pooran. He struck it out on the offside, just about cover point short. Pooran ran from behind the stumps, gathered the ball and flung it, almost struck the stumps. That's the end of over number 12, 79 for the loss of 4.
Cricket commentary comes to you with the kind compliments of the Sports Network. Located in Berbice, the Sports Network provides coverage for radio and television. So let our experienced broadcasters provide the coverage you need for your event. Give us a call today on 651-7661 or WhatsApp 518-986-9681 or email sportsnetwork@yahoo.com. The Sports Network. Coverage is what we do.
Alzari Joseph will continue from the southern end of the ground. He's going to bowl to Hardik Pandya. He's 2. So we've got on the offside, mid-off, extra cover, backward point on a third man. Here is Joseph. He's up there now and bowls to Pandya. Struck off the pads, flicked away down to Jason Holder at fine leg. Gets a single. Pandya would have to come good. He's the captain. He's got the lead from in front. He's got quite a good average, just about 25.3. Good strike rate as well, 141. This is match number 89 for the Indian captain. But Varma will take strike. He's on 30. This has been a very, very good knock from young Varma. And since many of the big players have made their exit or exodus back to India after the ODI, all these little youngsters have gotten a chance. Joseph comes in, bowls to Varma outside the off stump. He lets it go. Well, not lets it go. He was swishing outside the off stump, missed the outside edge taken by Pooran.
And he was asking for a wide there, but that ball actually moved after pitching. And Pooran took it maybe where first slip would be standing, but it actually exaggerated in terms of swing after Varma played at it. So you can see slightly beaten. He's looking to cut, but missed it.
With the style of India, I'd like to think that Hardik Pandya would have been hoping to be about 100 now for the loss of 4. He's 80. Big one. This is down the leg side, all the way towards mid-wicket. It's in the air and put down by long on. Real, that's McCoy. He had to come around for a very long way. But as cricket analysts would say, if it gets to your hands, you should take the catch at this level. But it was pitched up on the onside, and as Varma has indicated since he came in, I am not going to take anything that's pitched up into my pads. He struck it hard, very, very high in the air. Ovid McCoy could not get around in time.
Yeah, I think there's a chance that West Indies will really want to take. That one spent a long time in the air. And there we see Obed McCoy kept his eyes on it, had to make good ground. And in the end, just 2 runs, not holding on to the catch.
Joseph into Varma again. And Varma is gently pushing it into the offside. He's gone to 32. In fact, now 33, 83 for 4. I was just wondering, John, if Pandya would have a little bit of regret. This ground has favored the side batting last more than the side batting first. India won the toss. They decided to bat, and 3 out of 5 times the people batting last, or the team batting last, won the game. 3 times for the team batting first. And it's not a big, huge average on scoring when you're batting first. It's just about 123.
The last game, India were looking to get 150 to win the game and fell 4 runs short. So maybe looking to have a change of fortunes by batting first this time. At the toss, Hardik Pandya, the captain, said it looks a good 22 yards. So he's looking to capitalize on the freshness where the ball will be coming on much better. It's not a bad track so far, Naeem.
Joseph in, bowls to Pandya. Pandya drives, can't get past the fielder himself, the bowler, and there is no run. But of course, they have found themselves in a situation at 83 for 5 in over number 13, and Pandya cannot be happy. But he's a very, very good middle order batsman. Hardik Pandya, he can swing and change games around. But may I say that the West Indies are holding on very tightly on the nose. Here is Joseph from the far end. He's in now, bowls to Pandya, good delivery. Lifting delivery outside the line of the off stump. Guided away, equally good. Hardik Pandya picks up 2 runs down to cover point. And Tudor takes the score to 85 for 4 at the end of over number 13. That's the latest score here at the National Stadium.
Tap, swipe, or pin. It's as easy as 1, 2, or 3. And it's safer too. Why use cash when you've got a card? Upgrade to better with the new Easy Access MasterCard from COB.
This is Cricket on Cotton Drive.
So Akil Hussain will continue from the southern end in absolutely brilliant sunshine. But may I say, there's a little dark cloud hovering in the distance, and I don't take that as a big threat. First delivery. And Varma is slightly cramped. And that's what Akil Hussain is good at doing. Many of the deliveries he's been bowling just seem to have the batsman cramped for space. It was pushed away into the onside gently, and Varma picked up a single. He's gone to 34, 86 for the loss of 4.
West Indies wanted Akil Hussain to maybe bowl another over in the power play and then save him for the back end. But that first over he sent down, which is over number 2 of the innings, went for some 12 runs. So that really set back West Indies' plans. But he has come back nicely in his second spell.
Here he is once more. Again, Hardik is cramped for space. He's coming in behind, covering up, and gently pushing it away into the offside. Backward point picks it up a single. Now that dark little cloud we're seeing in the distance, it's more on the back end of the ground, meaning southern end. And the wind, fair wind is blowing. It's coming from the northeastern side. So that should be blown away. Hussain comes in and bowls to Varma. Varma works it down to mid-on this time. Jason Holder is in the way, but the West Indies, they've kept it very, very tight. 88 for 4.
Run rate for the innings 6.52, so the West Indies did not allow that to get too far or too much out of control, and they did so by picking up wickets at regular intervals.
Hussain comes in and bowls to Pandya. Pandya is pushing away again Jason Holder, and the triangular affair continues. Hussain, Pandya, Jason Holder. He's all the way down at long off. He's got the best bowling figures in T20 internationals at this ground. 4 for 26. Just a little still atmosphere as Hussain passes the umpire. He's going to bowl over the wicket. Left arm, back sweep, paddle sweep, down towards the boundary, 4 runs. And I'm surprised to see Varma getting into this characteristic or habit as well. You have thought that the more mature batsmen who have been practicing this, but little Varma is a plucky player and paddle sweeps it, reverse sweep, down to the boundary for 4.
Very good shot. I think it is a shot you can say well calculated. He actually surveyed the field and realized that the fielder is in a third man. So with a reverse hit, that fielder would be a short fine leg, and he cleared that fielder nicely. Despite there's a backward point, he had no chance, was well hit. And this 20-year-old is looking very mature for his age in terms of batting.
Well, he made 39 in his debut. He's on 39 again. Into the onside, worked away. There's no one there. Backward square comes off the boundary and picks it up a single to, I say little Varma, because he's age 20. Plucky little batsman, nothing bothers him. He's always in the action. That's the end of over number 14. 40 is Varma, Hardik 7, and 94 for the loss of 4.
Yet again, we see Varma trying to really get on with the scoring, helping himself to a boundary on that occasion. 5 boundaries for him so far. 34 deliveries, 40 runs. His strike rate is just over 115, so he's doing very well for himself and team by holding the middle order together. Ishan Kishan at the top of the order got 27. This pair now is a very important pair, 18 runs for the 5th wicket so far with Pandya. And they want to really look at what's remaining, 6 overs, and want to capitalize. But West Indies, they've been ringing the changes in terms of their bowling, not allowing the batters to really see one bowler for too long, and that has been working for them.
So if you joined us late, India winning the toss. This is T20 International number 2 out of 5. The first one was won by the West Indies in Trinidad and Tobago just a short while ago, a few days. And if you joined us late, India won the toss, decided to bat on a pitch that is neither here or there. You hear the analyst speaking. If you apply yourself, you can make runs. Mahela Jaiwardene had the most runs on this ground. He had 100 coming off just 64 balls. Not in this tournament, of course, when Sri Lanka was here. So we're looking at Obed McCoy. He's charging in now, left arm up and bowls to Varma. Varma sweeps, well done. Shepherd, short backward square. Good fielding here. Tight stuff from the West Indies, and I'm pleased to report this to you. It's not something that is overly done or practiced by the West Indies in contemporary times, but this is good to see.
Yeah, I think I'm liking the look of this T20 side for West Indies. Would have loved to see another, maybe a spinner there, maybe just waiting in the wings. Maybe someone like a Gorakesh Moti, but from the looks of it, it looks very good.
Here is McCoy, down the leg side, gone for 6. Varma in action at the National Stadium, pitched into the onside pad, and he hoisted it, just helping it along the way over the boundary for 6. Absolutely plucky young man. This little guy is full of substance.
Yeah, that's his first 6, and it was delivered on the line of his pad. It was a free hit if you look at it that way. Just swung it in that gap, and anyways, once it was well hit like that, he's going to clear the boundaries here, just about 67 meters on that side.
McCoy comes into Varma. Varma works it down to backward square. They've gone for 1. They're coming back for 2. The return is on the way. It drops just in front of Puran. The batsman picking up 248 now. Just as I wanted to see Jaiswal, I really am happy to see when youngsters, especially at this age, come into a side as debutant. This is only his 2nd game, T20 International, and you'd believe that he was playing for many, many years. He's brave, he's confident, and he's absolutely plucky. I think that's the operative word. They've gotten the 100 up, 102 for 4. McCoy comes in, bowls to Varma, down the leg side, flicked away, misses. Puran picks it up down on the onside there, and there is no run. So Hardik 7, Varma 48.
The 100 coming in the 15th over. We were saying that by the standards of India, they would love to see the 100 much earlier, but to get 3 figures now in the 15th over, the last 5 overs, they will look to cash in. And Obed McCoy now coming back now. He as well looking to pick up a wicket for West Indies to break this partnership. It's building up nicely. You'd love to see the back of Varma especially.
McCoy charges in. He's going to bowl to Varma. Up and bowls to him. Good delivery. He's in behind. Turns to the wrist. Gets it down to backward square for a single. So Varma is inching on. He's gone to 49. Gill caught by Hetmeyer. Good catch by Hetmeyer. In the 3rd over of the game, off the bowling of Joseph for 7, 16 for the loss of 1. Surya Kumar, who didn't look absolutely certain and confident. He was eventually run out by a brilliant throw from Myers, and he made 1, 18 for 2. Ishan Kishan was looking pretty dangerous. He went for 27, 64 3, and Samson, the last man out. Pandya, McCoy into him, he's forward, opens the face, down to cover point on the boundary, and picks up a single, 105. And then Samson, the last man out, stumped beautifully off the bowling of Akil Hussain, who I'm calling Mr. Deception when he's bowling. Samson went for 7, 76 for the loss of 4. And since then, Pandya has teamed up with Varma and have taken it over the 100 mark. but from the circumstances and the look of things, they should have been much more aggressive and bigger total. Played away into the offside. Just a single pushed gently there by the left-handed batsman Varma. That brings up his 50. Good score. End of over number 15. 106 for 4. Anthony Kemraj will join you.
Wonderful innings from Varma in just his second T20 international. 50 from 39 deliveries, 5 fours and that 6 earlier in the over. Very good batting from him, holding the innings together, like I said, and that is really an innings that India can really look forward to build on, and they want to look at maybe a total of 160. How will they get there? They'll have to do some work, but Varma is set. Captain Hardik Pandya is with him. A partnership so far for his 5th wicket, 30 runs, and a little bit of acceleration now in the scoring rate. It's now above 7. Earlier it was bordering around 6 and 6.5. So a little bit of acceleration now we are seeing with some late boundaries. And if they can continue to do that, they can get to 150, maybe and push for a 160. I think the average score in the first innings in the T20 here at Providence is hovering about 148. So if they get above that, they can say that they are above par. But West Indies, high on confidence, we'll look at that as a total they can chase down. Welcome back, Anthony.
Good afternoon to you, John, and to all across Radio Land as Hussain continues to start over number 16. Bowls to Varma. He's opening the face, cutting away down to backward point. That's Hetmai in the way. And he returns to the keeper. We've just lost the sunshine, but we haven't lost the action out in the middle. And India, and as you rightly said, they're now coming back into the game somewhat, where they're looking to build on this, the last 5 overs, and to see how best they can achieve to maybe to get 150. If you do get to 150, that's going to be commendable, because it's going to be tough for the West Indies, as Hussain will continue to Pandya. And Pandya is sweeping it high over mid-wicket. This has gone for 6. And a massive shot there from the Indian captain as it was tossed up into the hitting zone, John. 113 for 4.
They say once it's in the arc, it must go out of the park, and that is exactly what Hardik Pandya did on that occasion. It was pitched up on the line of the middle and leg stump, really. It was asking to be hit, and there's Hardik Pandya not going to miss out on that one, and he sent that one way into the grandstand here at the National Stadium, where lots of youngsters from the Everest Cricket Club, they're sitting and they're enjoying their time because they're on camp here, and they'd love to see more sixes like that from Hardik Pandya, the Indian captain. And some of them, they're cheering for West Indies. They want to see a wicket from Akil Hussain in his last over.
So Hardik 14 from 10. Varma well played 50. 51 from 40. 113 for 4 in over number 16. Here is Hussain. Bowls to Varma. He's chucking the pad. That's Pandya, correction, as he tries to whip it in the onside as the ball goes out into the offside. So these two coming back, and they're coming back well. And the captain, that's Hardik Pandya. From the time he came out, he was very patient, very watchful. Here is Hussain. Bowls to Pandya. He's opening the face, gets it past the diving figure of that's Mears on the covers, and he gets another single. 114 for 4. I like this though, John. Earlier the boundaries weren't coming, but they were rotating the strike. That's brilliant.
Yeah, some good comeback bowling as well from Hussain, veering his pace. And the previous delivery that struck Pandya on the pad, there was a quicker one darted in. This time he actually slowed it up just outside the off stump. So he's also bowling very well in terms of his pace.
51 from 40. Here is Varma pulling it high into the backward square region. That's McCoy, takes the catch. So another wicket goes down for India. Varma well set. 51 from 40 and pulling it straight into the lap of that's McCoy down a deep backward square. He takes the catch. And India losing another wicket. 114 for 5, John.
The acceleration is on, so you will expect big shots to be played. But this time, it was a quicker delivery, much quicker from Akil Hussain. Kind of like rushed onto Varma despite getting to half century, not able to carry on. And the 41st delivery he has faced, we see that he hit it in the air and not necessarily trying to clear the boundary on that occasion. 5 fours, 1 6 for him, and he's gone. Nice innings nonetheless. He'll be very much happy with his work in terms of his career, but he wanted to stay there longer for his side to get a bigger total. But Akil Hussein, recognizing that they're looking to score and get after him, that one was a very quick one, and in the end just got it on a bit high on the bat, Varma, and he's gone. West Indies will be happy to see the back of him, but a new batsman now coming in Axar Patel, he can be very much dangerous as well, especially down the back end of the innings.
Some 42 matches with a best of 65, 301 runs to Axar Patel. He comes in to replace Varma. And this Indian team, sometimes, we become, it's so much to speak of them, highly talented. And as Naim was saying earlier, a few players back home, some of the senior players, and of course the Indian management deciding to arrest a few players. But this team has given a good account of themselves, as that's Patel, who can really hit the ball around too. He's very aggressive, as Hussein will continue to the left-hander. For the left-hander on the offside, there's what? A backward point. There is a short third man, cover, extra cover, out on the boundary, long off. On the onside, there's a backward square, mid-wicket. Deep backward square, and a man at long on. Here is Patel. Opens the face, gets his first run down to deep cover where Hetmyer comes off the boundary. And he fields one more to the Indian cause. 115 for the loss of 5 wickets. Your guess, maybe, John, the final total? 4 to go?
115 on the board at the end of 16. I think India will perhaps looking to get another 40, 45 runs. Like I said, 160 will be a very competitive total here at Providence. And sometimes it's more mental than anything else. Teams come to Providence, heard that it's low and slow, and tend to bat themselves in a position of maybe a 150. Sometimes teams we have seen in recent Caribbean Premier League matches, teams getting close and well above 200 at times. So it's just a matter of application. The bowling has been very good. So to get to 160, India will be very happy with that.
Jason Holder will start his 4th over before this none for 24 from 3 overs. And he will continue from the media center end. In fact, the players' pavilion end. We have just lost the sunshine for a bit here. Pandya has 15. Axar 1. Here is Patel. He settles. Holder bowls to the left-hander. He is playing it back up the strip. Might have been looking to turn it down to forward square, that area. Good bowling there from Jason Holder. But to put it in a nutshell, John, I think the West Indies have given a good account of themselves in the field today.
Definitely. There are a few areas you wanted to tighten up, but I think overall they have done very well as a team and could work. And you must be able to finish things off in the back end.
This is Patel. He's choking the ball on the offside, down to long off. The fielder comes off the boundary. That's the captain, Rovman Powell. Rifles the return in to Nicholas Puran at the striker's end. And they get one more. Good rotation in the strike. So 2 to Patel from 3. Hardik, 15 from 12, and he's the danger man. The West Indies will love to see the back of him early.
He is really the difference at the back end. He can really turn the screws on and really give the ball a good belting. And if he can do so for maybe the remainder of the innings, West Indies can be chasing more than that 160 they talk about.
Here is Holder, bowls to Pandya. He's stroking on the onside, gets a single. This is smart cricket. So he realizes that the bowling is pretty tight. This is what I'm going to do, stroke the ball around, and I'm going to get the 1s and 2s. Good rotation in the strike. 16 from 13 years. Patel has 2 from 3 in over number 17, 117 for 5. But like you said, sometimes teams come to the National Stadium thinking, you know what, this is not a conducive track for stroke play. We'll get 140, we'll get 130. Sometimes you have to play smarter cricket than that. Here is Holder. He's up there, balls to Axar Patel. Opens the face, down to point. And that's Johnson Charles. He comes off the boundary. He fields one more. Good rotation in the strike, 118 for 5.
Rotation is very important at this stage, giving the batters equal opportunity to see what they can do. But Jason Holder, using his height and the bounce, we can see tennis ball bounce so far here at Providence in the second T20 International between these two sides in this series. And that extra bounce from Jason Holder, making it a little bit uncomfortable for these batters.
This is Pandya, stroking the ball straight to cover. The fielder, that's Mears, comes in, fields. One more to the total. And that will go up to 119 for 5. So Holder so far about to complete his spell of 4 overs. Has gone for 28 runs so far. He's bowled well though. And like I said earlier, the West Indies have really been good in the field. And I really like the output that they've really demonstrated so far. Here is Holder. Bowls to Patel. He's hitting it high in the air. The fielder coming around. That's Joseph. In fact, it drops at no man's land on the onside. 3 fielders converging. Holder, Hetmeyer, and Joseph. It falls between them. At the end of the over, 120 for 5, John.
Good stuff from Jason Holder, player of the match in the last game that West Indies won at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. 4 overs, not for 29. Despite not picking up a wicket, that economy rate of just over 7 runs and over. Very good work from Jason Holder. He has now joined Akil Hussain as the 2 bowlers to complete their spells today. Hussain picked up 2 wickets for 29 runs from his 4. So good work by the pair. And now it left to Shepherd, who has 2 overs in the bag. Obed McCoy with 1. And Alzari Joseph, who's going to come back now to finish things off nicely for West Indies, while India will be looking for quick runs.
120 for 5, 17 overs bowled. Hardik Pandya, he has 17 from 14, and Akshar Patel, 4 from 5. These are the 2 batters. They would want to see India to the close of the 20 overs. Alzari Joseph, he would have all the plans from the media center end. Steams in to bowl to the left-handed Patel, and he's tucking the ball in the onside. Straight to backward square. Gets another single. So 1 more to the total. The score has gone up to 121 for 5. They're going at the current rate at just over 7 runs per over. So the West Indies have done well so far, John, in this game.
If you look at the dot ball percentages as well, you can see why they're in such a good position in terms of bowling West Indies. With McCoy 10 dots, Akil Hussain 8, Alzari Joseph 10, Jason Holder 7, Shepherd in his 2 overs 5, and Mears with an expensive over, also delivering 1 dot ball.
This is Pandya. This is high and handsome towards the party stand end for 6. Well, he just stood up, just threw the bat. So powerful. He goes up to 6. 127 for 5. This is lovely cricket, John.
Another ball that was pitched up in the slot, and there's Hardik Pandya backing himself. He has a very good bottom hand, and that ball actually went into the press box here at the National Stadium, the northern end, and it's a big hit. Very well played from Pandya, the captain of India, into the top floor as well of the press box. And those of you who know Providence, that is a massive hit.
91 meters. That's a monster. 127 for 5. Here is Joseph. He steams in to bowl to Pandya, and he is miscuing a drive. It might have hit the bottom of the bat as it goes down to the keeper, who takes it there. And the score remains at 127 for 5 in over number 18. Joseph working up some pace. 1 for 26. And is in his 4th over as well. He's always a trying cricketer, and that's nice to see. In my thinking, my honest opinion, he gives 110% every time he plays. And that's nice to see from the young man. Just lost the sunshine for a bit. We haven't lost play though. The action is really competitive out in the middle. Here is Joseph. He steams in. A bowls to Pandya. He's getting a short delivery. Pulls it. Straight to mid-wicket deep. That's Hetmeyer comes off the boundary. He gets 1 more. He goes up now to 24 from 17. Patel has 5 from 6.
Extra bounce again from another West Indian fast bowler. This time Alzari Joseph doing pretty much what Jason Holder did on the last over with the extra bounce, making it a little bit uncomfortable, because when they pitch up, the Indian batsmen are very much happy with that and helping themselves to boundaries. So bounce, cramping the batters, West Indians would love to have that.
128 to 5. Here is Joseph. He's up there, bowls to Patel. He's looking for a very quick single. Just drop it and run in the offside. He might be saying to himself, look, we're going to get a single here. 1 more to the total, 129 for 5. Good rotation in the strike.
That's because of the extra, well, this time pace off from Alzari Joseph. So you're looking for pace on, not getting it. Akshar Patel, but was happy to get a single, to get his captain back on strike. And Pandya with 2 6s already is now the aggressor and now taking charge of this batting reins.
24 from 17. Let's see if this is going to be the penultimate ball of this over, the 18th over. Here is Joseph. He steams in to bowl to Pandya. This is pitched up and he's bowled. Yorker length. And that's brilliant there from Alzari Joseph. Pitched up. And might have been looking for the cut there. Pandya beaten for pace. 24 from 17. He goes back to the pavilion. 129 for 6. Good strike.
What a delivery from Alzari Joseph. Quick and full. This time the Yorker. It's always good to see when the fast bowlers can bring back this wicket-taking delivery, and comprehensively beaten captain of India, Hardik Pandya, gone for 24. Well done this time to Alzari Joseph. He had a mixed bag in terms of the deliveries he served up in the 18th over of the innings. He was short, he was full, slower ball, and this time brought out the perfect Yorker. Excellent bowl. Excellent bowled. And this time, because of the extra cloud cover as well, some lateral movement, really good bowling from Alzari Joseph. And to get the big wicket of Hardik Pandya, West Indies will be very happy with that. And I said this earlier while Naeem was on, that West Indies picking up wickets at regular intervals, not allowing the Indians to really build partnerships and really take this game away from them. 129 for 6 with 2 overs to go suggests a position that West Indies will be happy with. Just 38 runs for the 5th wicket, and that is the best of the innings. So no real big partnerships to really take the game away from West Indies.
Yes, and that was very important in every sense of the word, to get the danger man Pandya, to get a ball like that, to bowl him at this point in time. That's tremendous from Alzari Joseph, and there's nothing he could have done. Here is McCoy, continues, starts over number 19, bowls to Patel. Down the leg side, wide signal by the umpire. In fact, it's over number 19. Yes, so another wide, 134-6. And like John said, my estimation maybe 150, 145. But if you do get up there, that's going to be challenging for the West Indies. It's going to be a very intense final session, final half of this game. Here is McCoy. Bowls to Patel. He opens the face down to backward point, straight to Hussain, who knocks it down, and he gets one more. 131 for the loss of 6 wickets. So Pandya, very good innings of 24, and we saw the danger that he can really present to the opposition and the opposing team. And he's a batsman who can hit it a very far away. And he was sent back to the pavilion, bowled by Joseph. And no big partnership really was built during the course of the Indian innings, apart from Varma, who got to 51, and Kishan, who got 27. As McCoy will continue to Ravi Bishnoi. He's up there, balls to Bishnoi. He's turning it in the onside, straight to long on. The captain comes off the boundary. That's Powell, who fields and returns. So the bowler's end. One more to the total, 132 for the loss of 6. Slow progress now for India, John.
Yeah, that's what wickets will do to any batting lineup. Once you pick up wickets, you'll slow that lineup down. It looks as if Shepherd will have to bowl the very last over based on how the bowling has been going.
This is Patel tucking it in the onside. Looks for the second run. The return is on its way. That's Holder towards the keeper's end. And they make it through. Good running there between the wickets by those two.
Yeah, purposeful running, you'd want to say. They want to get every run possible, and they want to convert 1.5 into 2 comfortably. And that is what it did. Put a little bit of pressure on the fielder, who had to make some room to his left, Jason Holder. Did well to get there and to prevent the boundary, but could not prevent the second. So it's all happening here in humid conditions now, because it's no breeze, very cloudy, and these players, I can tell you what, they'll be taking lots of refreshments during this interval.
Yes, of course, a very hot period in Guyana and most parts across the globe during this period of time. And really having a telling effect here in Guyana. Here is McCoy, bowls to Patel. He is hitting it on the onside of the strip. This will go away into the boundary for 4. But that was neatly done. On the onside, it was pitched up. 138 for 6. 13 from 10 he goes up to. Bishnoi is 1. This is good cricket from India.
Hitting through the line of this delivery. It was a back of the arm, slower one from Obed McCoy, but he was backing himself. Aksar Patel, he can play in the V's, and he has done that very well. Just playing the safest shot in the cricket book over the head of the bowler the fielders at long on and long off will had to do some work and just couldn't cut off the boundary.
Here's McCoy, bowls to Patel. He is swiveling as he tries to pull it down to backward square. Might have been struck on the glove. Gets a single though. He goes up to 14 from 11 now. Bishnoi has 1 from 1. And over number 19, 139 for the loss of 6 wickets. As John said, we've just lost the sunshine here at the Providence Stadium. And I guess those fans in the stands would love the cool rather than the sunshine. Enjoying the cricket here at the National Stadium.
Yeah, the open stands, but I tell you what, there's no breeze to cool those spectators down.
This is Bishnoi. He's pulling it down to backward square deep. That's Charles who comes off the boundary fields. And 1 more to the Indian total. So we've had 19 overs bowled, 139 for 6. Bishnoi has 1. Aksar Patel has 14. That's the latest here from Providence.
1 over to go. And at this stage, India will be looking to at least get another 12 runs, 11 runs to get to 150, want to get past 150. And if they can do so in this over, they will have a psychological advantage heading into their bowling innings. West Indies, on the other hand, will be looking to restrict India to less than that 150. Do remember they got 149 in the last game, West Indies, and restricted India to 4 less to win that game by just 4 runs. So pretty much setting up nicely like that one. West Indies bowling Shepherd like he did in the last game, in the last over. That on that occasion he was defending 10 runs. This time he's bowling to minimize the target by India.
So here is Romario Shepherd about to start the final over. Balls to Patel. He is swiveling. This has gone high in the air. Puran takes the catch. Another wicket goes down for India. They've lost Patel at a very critical time. He has gone back to the pavilion for 14 from 11, 139 now for 7.
It was a short ball, but on the line of the body, and there we see Patel trying to pull, but got a top edge because he was cramped. There was no room either outside the off stump or outside the leg stump, but he backed himself, playing the ball on length, and because of that, got a top edge, not in total control. Puran called for it very early and took it quite comfortably, and yet again, as a partnership was about to develop, we see a fall of another wicket. Patel this time gone for 14 from 12. Like you mentioned, 139 for 7. The last over, very crucial.
Yes, you know, every time India seemed to be having the momentum building, the West Indies come with something from the bag and they just break that momentum. And they break the rhythm of the Indian team. And good strike here again by Romario Shepherd. Lots of people were questioning his bowling efforts towards the end or the death stages of these T20 games. As Arshdeep Singh comes in now, 28 matches, just 18 runs, a best of 12, and he will want to see out the over at least. Shepherd 2 for 15. This is his 3rd over, the final of the innings. Bowls to that's the left-hander, and he tries to pull. In fact, will go away for 6. In fact, 4, and. Good boundary there from India nevertheless, John.
Similar delivery to the one that got the wicket of the previous ball. Short on the line of the body. And this time the batter pulling and got the top edge, but got a little bit more connection and went over the fielder at short fine leg and sped away. Good bowling, nothing wrong with the delivery, just that the shot was not on and did not carry to hand.
Arshdeep taps away. Here is Romario Shepherd. He's up there, balls to Arshdeep. This is pitched up into the block hole. And the left-hander looking for the drive. Just turn it down to backward square. That's hole is in the way. They get 1 more, 144 for 7. With 3 legal deliveries to go, it can be anyone's guess what they'll end up with. But Bishnoi and Patel, Arshdeep Singh, correction, they would want to go as far as they can for their team. But kudos though to the West Indies. I think they've come out with purpose. They've played really well. The ground fielding has been good, catching as well. Here is Shepherd in cool conditions at the stadium. The balls to, that's Bishnoi, he's hitting it in the air, and that's gone for 6. So the 150 has come up, 150 for 7, John.
Very good stroke. This time Shepherd pitching up to the right-handed batsman and paying the penalty because it was too full in the slot. And this time Bishnoi clearing the fielder, who's Jason Holder, the tallest fielder on the park at long on, quite easily. Well hit.
Here is Shepherd, balls to Bishnoi. He is turning it down to backward square. That's Shepherd who comes off the mid-wicket boundary, and they get one more. 151 for 7. So India might have hit their target, who knows? Because they were struggling during the course of the innings. And I'd have been happy to score 150 here. But the West Indies will have some work to do with their batting. They'll have to come good. They'll have to build partnerships, play smart cricket. It's not all about boundaries, but hitting the ones and twos, finding the gaps, turning the strike over. Here is Shepherd. He's up there. Balls to Singh. This is pitched up. And looks for the drive. And we'll get a single though as the ball came out into the offside. 152 for the loss of 7 wickets. We've had 20 overs, Bull John. That's it.
152 for 7. Very good innings we've seen. Both sides, you can say, even Stevens won to get to 150. India did very well from the position that they were in pretty much all of their innings. 1 for 16, 2 for 18, 3 for 60. And they never really got partnerships. But to get to 152 here at Providence is a very good effort. West Indies picking up 7 wickets and kept India in check pretty much the entire innings. And that really is a position I do not want to say who's in front, Anthony, but both sides will be pretty much cautious going into the innings break.
Good, so that's the position here in this Kuhl Stylish Fan second T20 International powered by Black and White. India winning the toss and batting here at the Providence Stadium, 152 for 7. We'll come back to you in just about maybe a few minutes. And in fact, we'll go for a commercial break. But that's the position, 152 for 7, John. A good innings here put together by India nevertheless. Cricket commentary comes to you with the kind compliments of the Sports Network. Located in Berbice, the Sports Network provides coverage for radio and television. So let our experienced broadcasters provide the coverage you need for your event. Give us a call today on 651-7661 or WhatsApp 518-986-9681 or email sportsnetwork@yahoo.com. The Sports Network. Coverage is what we do.
Tap, swipe, or pin. It's as easy as 1, 2, or 3. And it's safer too. Why use cash when you've got a card? Upgrade to better with the new Easy Access MasterCard from COB.
This is Cricket on Cotton Drive.
Providence. Just seen the innings of India. They won the toss this morning and batted first, 152 for the loss of 7 wickets. Top score of the innings. Varno was the second international for the Indian side. 61 from 41 deliveries, 5 fours and 1 6. Opener Ishan Kishan played some beautiful shots, 2 fours and 2 sixes in his innings of 27 from 23. Hardik Pandya, the captain, made 24 from 18 with 2 massive sixes. And then Aksar Patel, 14 from 12 balls at 1-4, 152 for the loss of 7 from their 20 overs. Yuzvendra Chahal and Mukesh Kumar did not bat. Bowling for West Indies, Obed McCoy, 4 overs, 10 dot balls, none for 25. Akil Hussain, 4 overs, 8 dot balls, 2 for 29. Alzari Joseph, 4 overs, 12 dot balls, 2 for 28. Romario Shepherd, 3 overs, 6 dot balls, 2 for 28. Jason Holder, 4 overs, 7 dot balls, none for 29. And Kyle Mayers, just 1 over, 1 dot and 12 runs conceded. 152, it means West Indies require 153 to win. It's not brilliant sunshine at the moment at Providence, but it's not raining either. And heavy cloud cover here, but still nice crowd on hand. 153 for the West Indies to win. I'm now joined by my very good friend, Pastor Murph C. Ram. Good afternoon. Welcome to Windies Radio.
Yeah, well, thank you, John Ramsing. And I always address him as a brother from another mother. And I'm good to be here in motherland, 83,000 square miles, Guyana. The land of many waters, John Ramsing, the Asian County Berbice, where I'm from. Yeah. And Demerara, Essequibo, the 3 counties. And I'm happy to be here. As John would have mentioned, we have a slight cloud cover. We see the ground staff is making the way off the field. So we're intrigued here for a good match. It's going to be a fantastic run chase here, John Ramsing.
Yeah, so 152 more on the board. And the ground staff just repairing the creases, making sure it's fresh and ready for Brandon King and Kyle Mayers, who no doubt will be opening for the West Indies in this run chase. But how do you see 152 after 7 by India?
Well, I'll first go with your Facebook post. I saw something you posted on Facebook that Brandon King owe it to the Guyanese fans that's going to be turned out here in their numbers. And John Ramsing, one would remember in the CPL match, I think he scored a breezy century here. So if he could just give us half of those, John Ramsing, it would be a great game on hand here. We know Kyle Mayers, he's a batter that go after anything short, anything with width. So we're I'm buckling down here, John Ramsing, so to speak. I have my seatbelt on, strap on, and we're in for a fantastic run chase.
So let me hear. I know you brought some of United States dollars in your pocket. Where will you put some of those money?
Yeah, right now I'll put it on Kyle Mayers. Yeah, he's short of a few runs. We know he's well capable, and at one time he was on ESPN for that 6 over extra cover. And John Ramsey, I will put my US dollars on Kyle Mayers.
All right, we're about to get this run chase on its way. It's Hardik Pandya who's going to be starting, and he's going to be bowling to Brandon King. So Brandon King and Kyle Mayers, the usual suspects at the top of the order for West Indies in T20s. And King, like you mentioned, a very pugnacious opener, number 53 on his back, much like local Ramnarish Sarwan. So here is Hardik Pandya with the first ball. There is a slip. There's a field at third man, a backward point, cover and mid-off. And he drives straight into the air. Field at cover takes it. First ball, and he's gone. Brandon King driving on the up, and Surya Kumar Yadav at cover, taking it just above the shoelaces. And West Indies losing their very first wicket. The prize scalp of King of the first delivery, caught at cover of the bowling of Pandya. Windies looking to get 153 to win. They're 1 for none.
Well, the Guyanese fan here, John Ramsing, they will be disappointed. But that's an outstanding catch, John Ramsing. Ball pitched up, it had a width onto it, and we know Brandon King, he loves width on ball, and he played the stroke that anyone would have expected. He just went uppishly in the air, John Ramsing. That would have been taken inches off the ground, and that's a superb catch by the man they call Sky.
Yeah, really is a superb catch indeed, and West Indies playing off the back foot immediately. All right, so Murph, our time is up. We got to make way for Naim Chan and Jermaine Neblett. as a new batter for West Indies makes his way into the middle. So thank you very much for joining us, Murph. Kyle Mears will be joined by Johnson Charles, and Naim Chan and Jermaine Neblet will take up commentary, with West Indies losing their very first wicket, Brandon King, of the very first ball of this run chase. And that's not a good start for West Indies, but it's a good start for India of the bowling of Pandya. Jermaine Neblet, good wicket to pick up.
Good wicket to pick up for a stop. Brandon King looking to drive and drove uppishly and was caught. Beautiful catch there at the extra cover. As I say, good afternoon and welcome to Naim Chan.
Good afternoon, and good afternoon to all our listeners wherever you are. Pandya storms away into bowl to Charles, Johnson Charles. He drives down to cover point. It's going towards the boundary, can't get there, but the batsman will pick up 2. So the tension just about lifting. First delivery, 1 wicket going down for the West Indies. Not a good start up here for the West Indies. They did extremely well fielding against the Indians. They've started off pretty badly.
Yeah, they've started off not in the best way, but having said that, Naim, I think that, these two here would really have to bat deep. They would have to tell themselves, they would have to take a look, and then they could make their shot selections different afterwards.
Pandya into Charles, down the leg side, struck on the pad somewhere, and there is no run. So if you just joined us, 153 for the loss of 7, 152 for the loss of 7. The Indians, not a bulky kind of score, and you'd expect much more from the Indians. That was not to be. The West Indian held the noose around their necks from the start, coming right down. Good match in the making. Here is Pandya. Caught again! Another one goes down. This time Johnson Charles. A sluggish shot, lackadaisical. There was no movement of the feet. He just went into the shot outside the line of the off stump and struck it straight into the hands of the Indians.
This is smart bowling here by Pandya. As I was saying early on, when the West Indians were at the field, the bowlers could have just pitched up the ball a little bit more, especially on this track when the ball is not coming on there for the drive. And there we see Charles again falling victim, to the similar shot somewhat to Brandon King, coming on the front foot. The ball is not there and just pushing the bat, looking for the drive, spoon it in the air, and was caught at cover. Good bowling there again by Pandya, using his experience and using it well on this track.
Well, one would have thought that Charles did not get off to a good start in this tournament. Many were talking about Evan Lewis and several other names. Charles was selected. He had 3 in the first game in Trinidad and Tobago, coming off 6 deliveries. But not a good start here. The West Indies in absolute shambles at the moment. So we've lost the vigor and the vitality inside of the crowd. Nice little crowd on hand, not to maximum. And so we've also lost the sunshine. Something is going radically wrong down at the National Stadium. There's a heavy cloud, dark cloud, hovering over this very, very lush green outfield down at the National Stadium. So 2 wickets gone, 2 for the loss of 2. Not a good start here by the West Indies. So Hardik Pandya from the far end. He's going to come in now to bowl to Pooran, and Pooran is forward comfortably. Bat and pad sealed together, gently and casually pushing it into the offside field. There is no run.
Well, at this time I would say that the West Indians, with 2 wickets down, Pooran and Mears, both are not yet off the mark. We just need to, just to buckle down a bit. Yes, we know it's a T20 game, but, the fundamentals of the game never change. You take a good look, and then you're able to work years in which you're able to score. At the moment, they just need to just preserve their wicket and play smart.
Pooran slashes outside the off stump, doesn't make contact. Taken by the wicketkeeper. That's the end of the over. Good over, good start by the Indians. And the West Indies chasing 153 to win the game. They're just 2 for the loss of 2.
Good over there by Pandya, putting some pressure on the West Indians, able to get 2 scalps, the scalp of Brandon King and Johnson Charles, seeing them back to the pavilion. And I think at this time now, with Kyle Mears and Puran, by nature are aggressive players, would really have to choose their deliveries, choose the bowlers that they may go after, and even try to work out the areas in which they might be able to score.
Here is Mears. He settles down at the striker's end. And Arshmead is up and bowls to him inside to the batsman just from outside off stump and casually turned away into the onside for a single. So Mears is very watchful. He himself has not had a good start to this tournament. But Puran is there. Puran is in very, very good nick. Had 137 in the Major League in the United States. I was surprised at the coverage, Jermaine, that the Major League had, and I'm talking about the media coverage that the Major League had in the US. Had a little look at it. Arshmead, number 2, goes away from us. He's up and bowls to Puran. Puran beaten. There's an appeal. He's given out. The West Indies in serious trouble, and Puran is asking for a review. Immediately, too.
Yes, the only thing could save Puran there is if he probably got a little nick onto it. But this was a very good delivery job. Just pitched on and about the middle stump and straighten up a bit. Puran falling over with that shot. As I said before, had he got a little nick onto it, I think that's the only thing could be able to be saving him.
Well, we'd have to wait on the... Here's the match referee. We're looking at it while doing radio commentaries, looking at it on the replay, so we'd have to give some time, but he was prodding forward as we look at the television screens. They're looking for the nick, as Jermaine was talking about. Jermaine said only that nick could possibly save him. Looks as though there was absolutely none. So the review is on the way. The players are all looking across at the big screen. So the crowd extremely hush at the moment. And looking at the review here, it just seemed to be going outside the line of the off stump, missing the stumps. And I guess we'd see the signal coming from the umpire. Nullified. So Puran stays. Good luck for Puran. Good luck for the West Indies.
Yes, I think with that ball doing a bit Naeem in this condition, it pretty looked very much straight to me, but just looking at the replay there, you saw that it did so much through the air. I think Puran and Kyle Mears would have to be very watchful at this time. Even as they're looking to score, they really have to choose and pick their deliveries well, and even their bowlers, so to speak.
Well, they've got to watch it. Lots of movement, as Jermaine pointed out. And Arshmead is lean and hungry. He wants wickets. And that's what he's about here. They've got 2 slips now. Some adjustment to the field. There's a man down on the third man boundary. Backward point, cover point, mid-off on the offside. Puran slashes and misses. Wow. Misses the outside edge there. Arshmead working his way just on or about the line of the off stump, leaving the left-handed batsman and just missing the outside edge.
Yes, definitely. I think Puran would really have to recognize how important he is to this West Indies batting lineup. And he would have to be a little bit more circumspect outside the off stump, especially to Arshmead, who's getting the ball to leave him as the left arm seamer coming over the wicket.
This one is nudging into the onside, flexing and flinching, may I use that word, because it was a rising delivery and Puran was looking for space, ended up with his bat quite cocked and flinching as he pushed it away into the offside quite safely in the end.
Yes, quite safely, and I think what would need to be done is look for the 1s and the 2s. The Indians have a pretty much aggressive field, so that means that there are areas in which you could get singles, and we'd have to work the singles and wait for the boundary balls.
4 for the loss of 2. This is Puran facing up to Arshmead. Again, a little deceived that he was prodding forward temporarily and casually. Eventually covered well and pushed it up on the offside. Mears correction.
Very interesting moments here, Naeem. We're seeing that the bowlers are getting some kind of movement, especially Arshmead from this commentary box, and is getting the ball to just pitch and straighten a bit. You know, he's bowling not as quick, but, you know, he's getting some kind of movement.
Mears is on 1, 4 for 2. Arshmead comes in, bowls to him on about the line of the leg stump. He's more compact on this occasion, more solid. That's the end of the over. End of over number 2. The West Indies in serious trouble. 2 wickets down, just 4 runs on the board.
Yes, the West Indies in some serious trouble. Puran, the premier batsman in this lineup, the one who's scoring the runs, would need to really settle in. Mears at the next end, seemed to be very watchful, not trying to play any of his expansive shots that he's known to. Probably saying to himself, the instruction would have been probably from the coaching team and the skipper, probably to just see the ball, wait on it and try to maneuver, get your singles, pick up your boundaries as they come, but don't try doing anything too rash.
This is the moment of counting and a bit of aggression, highly animated Indian side. Pandya comes in, bowls to Puran over the top, straight over long on. Did he clear the boundary? We'll wait on the signal of the umpire. It comes now, 6 runs, and what a shot, picking up Hardik Pandya. The man of the moment struck straight back over his head, over long on, 6 runs. That's a lot of confidence.
That's a lot of confidence, and that's a great shot, an excellent cricketing shot. Pandya pitching the ball up, Puran getting under the delivery and hitting it over the long on boundary for 6 runs. And I think this is what Puran would need. You get 6 runs at the beginning of the over. Now, what you have to do is just try to maneuver. You get a next boundary, fair enough, but you just don't go hunting or looking for it. You look to get a single, get off strike, and look at it from the next end.
10 for 2. Pandya comes in, bowls to Puran, slightly deceived. He jumps back and gets the angle of the ball and eventually opening the face of the bat down to Arshmead at short backward point. But Puran has got some records here. He's got the most 6s in T20 internationals at the National Stadium. He's got 12 6s before this. And the most runs would be Mahela Jaiwardene, 100 runs coming in just off 64 deliveries. But Puran is on strike, previous 12 6s. Here is Pandya into him, he's slashing away, takes the inside edge, comes down where our commentary box is. They've gone for 1, they're coming back for 2. Not an absolutely in absolute control. He was looking to drive it through the offside. It took the inside edge, came down towards fine leg.
Yes, I think what happened with Puran there, he didn't get close enough to the delivery, just threw the bat at it. Luckily for him, it went over the stumps and come down to 5 leg and get 2 runs. But as we know, Puran, he's a very aggressive player. I would have seen him play a lot of aggressive and good innings at the stadium. And I think this is the kind of track that would suit him, playing that he got all those runs on it previously.
Puran is on 9, 12, worked away. What a beautiful shot, down to backward point for 4. Absolutely gorgeous. Pitched up outside the off stump, and the same speed with which Hardik Pandya charged into Puran, he's now retrieving, going back to his mark. Great shot.
Lovely shot there by Puran, just giving a bit of width and took full advantage of that delivery, cutting it past backward point into the boundary, 4 runs. Way to go, young man.
Pandya determined, he's a very aggressive individual. His persona is aggressive. But he has to calm down now. He walks away, comes in now to bowl to Puran, and short. Puran is pulling, backward square, comes into contention, but the batsman can just get 1. So Puran, a prolific T20 player, internationally, T20 internationally, strike rate, in fact his runs 1,527 runs. So he comes from good stock at the average of 25. He's got 9 50s in this format of the game. Pandya will bowl to Mears at this moment. Last delivery for this over. Up and bowls to Mears. Mears is up and turns the wrist. Comes down to fine leg. That's going to go for 4. Now the scale just tilting around a little bit, swinging away like a pendulum. That's the end of the over, 21 for 2.
Cricket commentary comes to you with the kind compliments of the Sports Network. Located in Berbice, the Sports Network provides coverage for radio and television. So let our experienced broadcasters provide the coverage you need for your event. Give us a call today on 651-7661 or WhatsApp 9681 or email sportsnetwork@yahoo.com. The Sports Network. Coverage is what we do.
Arshmead from the commentary box end or the northern end of the ground. We have lost the sunshine. He's in and bowls to Puran. Puran drives down to mid-on. The return comes to the non-striker's end, but the batsmen have called for a quick single and get it too. Nice little bit of running there, Jermaine.
Yes, definitely. We're seeing that it's not something they're known for in recent times, the West Indian batsmen running between the wicket. But I think they're very assertive, these two. They recognize the position that they're in. Puran playing with lots of confidence. Mears himself is being quite watchful. And this is something interesting as they progress.
22 for 2. Big shot again. Peels off the bat, goes down to backward point from Carl Mears. And it's into the boundary now for 4. He was on the front foot. He knows exactly where the fielders are. And he sliced it. It peeled off the bat high in the air, over the top of the circle, and into the boundary for 4. Calculated shot.
Calculated shot, and I think this is something that Kyle Mears is known for. Once he gets a bit of wit, he would throw the bat at the ball, and this is what he does exactly in this delivery.
He's got an average of 21 in this format. Another one over the head. Brilliant shot. That's 6 runs. Even if it didn't get into the boundary over the ropes, I would have authorized it. Absolute command. He was absolutely in charge, pitched up by Arshmead, and Mears was into the shot, hoisted it over the orthodox extra cover and down to the boundary for 4.
Lovely cricketing shot there by Kyle Mears, not doing anything out of the extraordinary. The ball was there to be hit. Just lean into it and hit it over extra cover. Lovely shot for 6. And this is the kind of thing you want to see from young batsmen. Playing in this league, yes, you're under some pressure, but yet you must have that confidence to play freely and play smart.
So with that average of 21, he's looking to lift that a little bit personally. Arshmead Singh in, bowls to Mears. There's an appeal. He's given out. What a decision there. I'll wait on Mears. He reviews it immediately.
That seems a bit high to me, Naeem. But let's wait and see. Lots of stranger things would happen, especially when we see it on replay. I'm just speaking from seeing on the naked eyes. It seems a bit high, but let's see.
Well, the review is on. Things are happening here at the National Stadium. And may I say that the small crowd is enjoying this tremendously. They're highly animated, and you can see the action in them. They want to support a team that has not offered them much in the last decade or so, but not been offering them much. So they want their West Indian players to do well. The problem we've seen in the West Indies, it's just coming up. What is the solution? No one knows. I've been answering or attempting to answer that question since the 1990s. Simply can't get it. So they're hungry for success. And would the West Indies deliver success into their hands this afternoon? So as we wait and see what the review says. The umpire is also waiting on the final count. I see Mears is making his way off the field. And he goes then for 15. Kyle Mears, LBW bowled Arshdeep for 15. The West Indies have lost another wicket.
Yes, the West Indies have lost another wicket. Kyle Mears was looking good until that point, getting LBW. But nevertheless, I think that this is a good position that India could find himself in now, really able to press home the advantage, having have West Indies with 3 batsmen back in the pavilion.
So he's gone for 15. The West Indies in further trouble. Now 32 for the loss of 3. If you just joined us, King went first ball for a Doc Charles. He went for 2 and the score was 2. And now Mears, if you didn't like that, you wouldn't like this. Mears has gone now. LBW off the bowling of Singh, Arshmead Singh for 15, 32 for 3. They're looking for 153 to win the game, and this is by far stretching what the West Indies can deliver, it seems. 3 wickets gone down, Jermaine. Not a good sight.
Not a good sight, and they're still having the same opening bowlers in operation. both bowlers now into the wicket column. And, it would take a good effort from the captain, Powell, who is a bit short of runs himself, to really get himself in. He have a chance to bat. Pooran is scoring at the next end. He just needs to just do the little things right, do the basics, try to get a single, get off strike, give Pooran the strike, get your eyes in, and then you're able to take it from there.
Well, here comes the captain, Rovman Powell. He's facing up to Arshmeet Singh. And to this delivery, slightly cramped, shuffles across, and pulls the bottom hand down, and just stroking it gently into the offside field, and there is no run. Rovman Powell, he's got things to prove here, and he's not having the best time in his career. He played a game in the ODI series, was dropped, and made his way back, like Angus Fraser several years ago or decades ago, and has come back as the captain in the T20 International. He settles there now. Arshmeet is up, bowls, he hooks him around. It's in the air, but safely down to the forward of the square leg umpire, down towards straightish mid-wicket, and gets a single. So he comes off the mark, not in absolute confidence. That's the end of the over. All the threes, 33 for the loss of 3.
Tap, swipe, or pin. It's as easy as 1, 2, or 3. And it's safer too. Why use cash when you've got a card? Upgrade to better with the new Easy Access MasterCard from COB.
This is Cricket on Cotton Drive.
Right, we're back here with the action of the National Stadium. We are in Guyana, South America. Beautiful landscape, absolutely lush green grass. It's a little still now. It started off with higher winds this morning, and I'm seeing dark clouds hovering over the stadium. I don't take that as any serious threat. Mukesh Kumar, first over, flicked away, backward square. The man from the boundary comes across to his right and stops it, just a single. Powell inches on. He's now, what's Powell's score, may I ask? Powell is 2.
Yes, as we could see with Powell, the new bowler Munish coming on, it would be very interesting to see how Pooran would go up against him. He's a very attacking bowler, and we know that Pooran, he goes at the ball once it's in his area. And I think at this time, the Indians probably would need a kind of defensive bowler, someone to really pull back the length a bit. But, we're seeing now that there's just looking to attack all the time, and this could play well into the West Indian favor.
Here is Mukesh, and to this ball, Pooran is driving, can get it past extra cover, and there is no run. So Rovman Powell, today is D-Day for you. You've got a show of what metal you're made out of, and he's got a T20 International 100, and off after some 59 matches, averaging almost 25, 24.9. Not exactly what we want to see. Powell has got to stand up to the occasion on this time. Pooran is back and slaps it into the offside field, and there is no run.
Yes, Pooran there with the third man inside the circle. I think he would want to do a little bit more with that delivery. It was given some length, and he just would want to say, just get it between the keeper and the short third man. He just got it straight to the backward point.
Mukesh walks back to his mark. For the speed he's generating, it's an awfully long run-up. He's charging in now, bustling up, and bowls to Pooran short. Pooran slaps it away. Glorious shot. 4 runs through the offside. He was quick on it, pounced on it. Mukesh Kumar is not the fastest bowler you can look at, and it really scorched the outfield and down to the boundary for 4.
Lovely shot there by Pooran, and Pooran seems to know this track very well. He always makes batting look so good on this track. Many persons would come and struggling, but Pooran would come out and he would play his shots from the onset. And this is what he's doing exactly. That ball just short of a length and able to cut it and get 4 runs.
Well, the Indians were 28 for 2 at this time. Slashed away again, pugnaciously. skating across the lush green grass of the National Stadium, and it goes into the boundary boards, rockets into the board. Another pugnacious shot from Nicholas Pooran. He struck 12 sixes before this game at this ground. He knows this strip, and if there's a man who's going to take the West Indies home, along with the other players, of course, it should be Nicholas Pooran. He has to stay there.
Yes, he has to stay there, and I think what they should tell themselves now, they're up with the scoring rate. They have lost 3 wickets, but nonetheless, this time we're seeing the Indians, they're very much in the attack mode. Pooran given a gift the very last delivery that he put to the boundary. So you just have to, just be careful in the way how he plays from now on.
Kumar to Pooran. Pooran nudges away down the leg side. Backward square. Can't get it into the boundary. They take a single, 44 now for the loss of 3. The Indian side, they were 28 for the loss of 2 at this time correspondingly. I'll welcome Anthony Kamraj again.
As we see so far, with Kamraj just waiting to come in, we could see so far that the West Indians, they're lost 3 wickets, but nevertheless they're still, they're still in the hunt. They're not giving anything away. They're not letting die. Pooran is going great guns. As I say, good afternoon and welcome to Anthony Kamraj.
Good afternoon again to you, Jermaine. Good afternoon to listeners wherever you might be picking up the broadcast across Radio Land and back here at Providence. We've just lost the sunshine for a bit. It's absolutely cool out in the middle now, and the players, I guess most of them would enjoy this sort of condition, the bowlers at least. And the West Indies, 153 to win, have somewhat found themselves in a spot about at 43 for 3. Nevertheless, though, Powell, the captain, is on 2, and Pooran is on 24. Bishnoi will continue from the media center end and bowls to Pooran, and this is played away with lots of elegance through the offside, down to point for 4. And I tell you something, I'd pay money to go watch Nicholas Pooran bat. 47 for 3, that was brilliant.
Oh, that's shot from a man in great form. The ball just pitching on about the line of the off stump, and he just eased himself through that delivery and hitting it down to the backward point boundary for 4 runs. Lovely shot.
There's lots of elegance, flair, when he bats. Good form, as you said, coming out of 100 from the Major League Cricket. This is, he's coming down the track. This is in the air, and this will clear. In fact, it goes into the boundary for 6. On the onside. That was pitched up. So a 6 and a 4 to begin the over. The West Indies 5th has come up. This is an interesting innings here from Nicholas Pooran. The West Indies would like that.
Definitely, and I think Pooran is really playing very smart. He's putting the pressure onto the Indian bowlers. We're seeing now that the wicketkeeper, and they're trying to ring the changes, trying to look at the areas in which they could be able to just prevent him from scoring. But from a West Indian point of view, Pooran would need to tell himself, I already got 10 runs in 2 deliveries. If there's a next delivery looking for me to hit, I could hit it. But then you just don't go looking for a boundary. Probably you just look to get a single or look for 1 or 2. Even a dot won't be bad at this time.
34 from 18. He's coming forward, and they might have been listening to you. Once it's pitched up and in that no-hitting zone, you've got to play it and just push out. But he has that ability to step up a gear or 2 in very quick time. Another batter too is very brilliant to watch is Hetmeyer. Let's see what will happen. Here is Bishnoi. From a longish run up, he's up there, bowls to Pooran. This is coming down the track. This is another exquisite drive by Nicholas Pooran. He gets another boundary down towards a vacant long off. He goes up to 38 from 20. It's 57 for 3.
This is excellent batting here by Pooran, putting the pressure on the Indians, and they know that with this rate in which he's scoring, if they don't do anything quite soon to prevent this kind of runs flow, they could find themselves packing their bags quite early. Nevertheless, good batting here by Pooran, coming down the track and hitting that over the mid-off area and able to get 4 runs.
Yeah, what you want to see, you don't want them to be carried away. Here is Bishnoi, bowls to Pooran. He's opening the face down to backward point. This has gone for another boundary. Well, that was done with the whirl of ease. 42 from 21. Powell has 2 from 3. 61 for 3. This is brilliant cricket here at the stadium.
What an innings by Nicholas Puran there. That delivery just outside the line of the off stump, and he just played it between the backward point and able to get 4 runs. I think Anthony would have been listening a lot and probably practicing a lot of some of the Brian Lara shots. This was one right out of the books of the great Brian Lara.
Yes, that was a delicate touch. No sort of power, elegance, flair about it, easy in the eye. Here is Bishnoi, he's chucking the pad. Might have been a stifle appeal. 61 for 3. So they need to get 153 to win. And as I was having my lunch, Jermaine, and 2 wickets going down quickly, someone, you heard the oohs and the ahs around the ground. And the West Indies were on the back foot in the very first over. 61 for 3. They're now pulling things back. And after India scored 152 for 7. But they seem to be on track. Rovman Powell, you've got lots of experience. He's there, he's the captain. He'll want to steer the ship. And Nicholas Puran, as you rightly said, lots of good form. And he would want to continue in that rich vein of form. So, Yuzvendra Chahal, he will continue from the Players' Pavilion end. We have lots of sunshine here at Providence. Very cool. 61 for 3. India making another change.
Yes, and I think at this time, Paul will have to say to himself that Puran is going great guns. The field is well set. There are singles that he could be having, unless there's a delivery that presents itself to be hit to the boundary. He just needs to just work the singles, get Puran on strike, and play smart.
Here is Chahal, bowls to Powell along the leg side, wide signal by the umpire. And the West Indies will get one more. 62 for the loss of 3 wickets. There's an appeal, I guess, and that will be reviewed. 62 for 3.
Yes, I think the Indians, they believe that Powell would have been out of his crease. We'll have to see the review, but Powell will have to be very careful. It seems a bit not well balanced after playing that shot, but let's wait and see.
So Chahal, continuing from the Players' Pavilion end, Powell might have stepped, as we look at the replay, so I guess they're appealing for the stumping opportunity. We'll just await the decision, though, by the third umpire. Pretty close, though. The West Indies, Jermaine, would not want to lose another wicket now.
Yes, and I think if the West Indies, they'll be saying to themselves that if this would be lost, they would say it's some bits of carelessness on the part of Powell. But I think the Indians, they were very keen in just watching him as he kind of falled over from playing that shot.
Well, judging from that replay, it seems as though he's well grounded. We'll just await the glove to touch the stumps. It seems as though he's well grounded. Seems to be okay. That's my judgment, Jermaine.
Yes, he seems to be okay. The camera is rolling quite slow, so I would want to believe that he's okay.
Well, from my estimation, he lives to fight another day. The West Indies 62 for 3. So they haven't made a decision as yet. We're still waiting.
I think the decision would be not out. Powell is back into his crease. The players back in their fielding positions. But I think what Powell would need to be doing at this point in time is really be careful, especially when he's playing forward to the leg spinner, not to be falling over, so to speak, but just maintain his balance and don't play around the ball.
Here is Chahal, bowls to Powell, he's sweeping. Long to deep backward square. The fielder comes off, that's Varma. He fields, one more to Powell. He will go up to 3 from 4. Puran is 42 from 22. 63 for 3 in over number 7. The magical figure is 153. And if the West Indies can win this second game, it's going to be after 2016. Since 2016, that the West Indies would beat India successively in T20 internationals. If they do get up to 153, Puran will have to play smart cricket, intelligent. He's batting well so far. They will need him to stay for a pretty long time. And don't throw away his wicket. Here is Chahal, bowls to Puran. He's looking for an almighty heave. Might have hit the bottom of the bat as it comes down to deep backward square to get a second run. And the ball is thrown to the non-striker's end. where Powell was coming back for the third, and it didn't hit the stumps. It was cleaned up in the onside, 65 for 3.
Yes, Puran would continue to play in the way in which he's playing. He has been aggressive, and especially with the leg spinners bowling in operation to him, he would take them on. At the same time, as I said early on, you have to be kind of smart to do it, choose his deliveries, pick the length well, and then he would be able to really maximize on those scoring opportunities and not really hunting to score and just, pick the right deliveries.
44 from 23, taps away. Here is Bishnoi, bowls to Puran, and he is hitting it straight to long off. The fielder comes off the boundary. One more, that's Bishnoi who fields. One more to the West Indies total, 66 for 3. We're over number 7. They need to get 153 to win the second T20 International here at the Providence Stadium. The sunshine seems to be coming back here now, and that's nice to see because we'd want a full game. 66 for 3, 45 from 24 is Puran. Powell comes in to strike. He's 3 from 4, and so far he's been very patient. Coming down the track, whipping the ball in the onside. Bishnoi from long on fields. One more to the total. One more to the West Indian captain. Not completed correction. 67 for 3.
Yeah, it's good to see the Powell coming down the track, using his feet and able to drive all along the ground. It shows some confidence. We know in times he would have had his challenges playing the spin or the slow bowler, so to speak. But here it is, he's showing some confidence, coming down the wicket, playing straight, getting a single, getting back Puran on strike. Good bit of cricket.
From the way Nicholas Puran is batting, and you're a West Indian fan, you'd want to tell yourself, you know what, the West Indies will win. Because he seems to be in no bother. And once he can play smart and continue to rotate the strike around, I see him getting a very big score. Here is Chahar, bowls to Puran, down to a point. That's Gill who's in the way. He cuts it off. And one more to Nicholas Puran. He goes up to 46 from 25, 68 for 3. Good contest out in the middle, Jamin.
Good contest, and I think what is needed, especially at this time, is strike rotation. You will have good bowlers, good bowlers will bowl, but at the same time, it's good to be able to score off of some of those good balls and don't build up too many dots.
There is where communication is important out in the middle. This is the Powell, gets one that turns viciously away from him. And taken by Ishan Kishan. 7 overs completed, 68 for 3. Powell has 4, Puran has 46. That's the latest score here from Providence.
So far, Powell has been very watchful, lending good support to Nicholas Puran, who's going great guns at the next end. And when you look at the comparison, you're saying to yourself that probably they're playing on 2 different surfaces. But nonetheless, Puran, he's in a rich vein of form. He's batting well. He's very confident. And he's really taking the attack to the Indian bowlers. And one could say from a West Indian standpoint, you would like to see him there at least for the next 5 to 6 overs.
Yes, once he stays there, and this is cricket, I just believe that, it's not all about hitting boundaries and going over the top in T20 cricket. You can play on the V, you can hit the ball on the carpet, and you can rotate the strike, and you can get the odd boundaries. Here is Bishnoi, continues, bowls to Puran, he's coming forward, drops it in the offside, and looks like he wants to bat for the next 10 years to come. 69 for 3.
Yes, what he did was really take the pressure off of the West Indians. The Indians were on top with having gotten those 3 quick wickets in good succession. I think he really took the fight to them, and they're now saying that yes, we have a contest on hand. Puran is batting well, and we cannot ease ourselves. So I think that in this point now, you could say that the game is right even off nice, and it's beginning to build into a lovely contest.
Here is Bishnoi from a longish run. Bowls to Powell, he's coming forward, struck on the pad. There's an appeal, not out, says the umpire. As Bishnoi really bellowed the appeal there. 69 for 3. 47 is Puran, 4 is Powell. And he's playing very cautious. Yeah,
he's playing a bit cautious, but it's quite interesting that to see the captain, Pandya, who is at short extra cover, would have refused to take the review without probably consulting the wicketkeeper. But nonetheless, he probably had a good view.
Here is Bishnoi, continues. Bowls to Powell, he is going back, cramped for room, and can't beat the offside field. So again, if you're listening in to the commentary here from Providence around the Caribbean, and you want to visit beautiful Guyana, have no fear, come right over. Guyana is a beautiful place with wonderful people. Come for the hospitality here. Beautiful sights to visit, the South American mainland. Here is Bishnoi. Bowls to Powell. He's opening the face through the offside field. Gill comes around. In fact, that's Patel. And they get one more. 70-3.
Yes, good rotation of the strike there. You know, as we said early on, you know, you'll be playing against good bowlers. You won't be able to strike every ball to the boundary. But, you know, you're still, you know, must be good enough to rotate the strike, get the ones, get the twos, and do the basics. Run the first one quick and probably look for the second.
I love to see batters come out and stroke the ball around, finding the gaps. This is Puran, turns it gently in the onside and gets another single. And when they do that, you get the distinct feeling that, you know what, they're going to bat for a long period of time, not taking chances.
Yes, definitely, and we could see that so far they've gotten 3 singles in this over. And, you know, even though that the boundaries are stopped, but the runs have not stopped. So once you continue to get singles, you know, that too can put pressure on the opposition.
71-3. Powell Settleys 5 from 9. Here's Bishnoi, bowls to the right-hander. He's turning on the onside. Gets a single as Kishan whips the gloves away, and he retrieves on the onside. So 8 overs bowled, 72-3. The Western's looking to get 153 to win. Cricket commentary comes to you with the kind compliments of the Sports Network. Located in Berbice, the Sports Network provides coverage for radio and television. So let our experienced broadcasters provide the coverage you need for your event. Give us a call today on 651-7661 or WhatsApp 518-986-9681 or email sportsnetwork@yahoo.com. The Sports Network. Coverage is what we do. So Chahal continues from the players' pavilion end, and he'd want to prize out a wicket here. 72-3. Comes in, bowls to Powell. He's coming down the track, and that's decently done. High up to the presidential suite there, to the right of the players' pavilion, and he gets a massive 6. 6 more to Powell. 12 he is now from 11. That's a very good shot. That's
a very good shot. That I said early on in the previous over with him coming down the wicket using his feet was a good indication that, you know, that his confidence is there, and once the ball is in his area, he's going to go for his shots. And that's a lovely shot over the long off boundary into the pavilion, 6 runs.
I love to see batters coming down the track. This is Powell sweeping down to backward square, and the fielder just lost his footing for a bit there. That's Varma. Eventually retrieves and sends a return in. One more. 79-3. I love to see batters coming down and stroking the ball around, whether they get a boundary or not. It goes back to names like B.C. Lara, Ramnaray Sarwan, Carl Hooper. The list goes on and on. It's just a pleasant sight to see them coming down and stroking the ball around. As Chahal will continue in very cool conditions here at the stadium. 79-3. He's up there, bowls to Puran. He opens the face, gets another single. This is really smart cricket. 80 for the loss of 3.
Yes, good cricket there, good strike rotation. But what I would like to see, especially when they would play those shots, the sweeps and the cuts, and especially going in those angles, and the ball going to the boundary, I'd like to see them running the first run a bit more quick. Because once the fielders have to move, there's always an option of getting a second run once you run the first one quick.
This is Powell going for an almighty heave outside the off stump. Misses. Taken by the keeper. 84-3. So Puran has 49 from 28. And Powell 13 from 13. This is a nice captain's innings though. I like his approach here. If it's pitched up, well, get down to it and get some runs. But if it's tight bowling, you've got to play respectfully. He's turning on the onside. Might look for a second here. They're coming back very quick. That's Bishnoi, who rifles the return at the non-striker's end. And this is being cleaned up by Hardik Pandya on the offside. 2 more to the total. 82 for the loss of 3.
Good cricket all around. Powell, from the time he hit the ball, took off for 2. The man coming in from the boundary through the return. and Pandir, the keeper, was able to get wrong from the mid-wicket position. Shortex recovered and doing a good backup work. So good cricket all around.
50th partnership, of course, for the 4th wicket. Very interesting, very good news for West Indian fans. Here's Chahal, and this is stroked on the onside. Another over completed. 9 overs gone, 82 for 3. Powell 15, Pooran 49.
Tap, swipe, or pin. It's as easy as 1, 2, or 3. And it's safer too. Why use cash when you've got a card? Upgrade to better with the new Easy Access MasterCard from COB.
This is Cricket on Cotton Drive.
Here at the Providence Stadium. So in this cool, stylish fan, second T20 International, powered by Black and White, India this morning won the toss, decided to take first strike, and posted 152 for 7. And the West Indies so far, in reply, are doing pretty well. And they're going at a brisk pace after losing 2 wickets in the first over. 82 for 3. The target is 153, and Hardik Pandya will continue from this the media center end. It must be troubling now for Pandya and his Jermaine.
Yes, it should be, and I think what the West Indies would have to do is understand that he's back for a wicket and to play smart.
Here is Pandya, bowls to Pooran. He's playing in the offside, gets his 50, well deserved. The young left-hander from Trinidad and Tobago, and he acknowledges the applause around the ground, and a well-played, well-compiled innings from the very talented Nicholas Pooran.
Good 50 there by Pooran, but what would be very interesting here, Anthony, now to see Pandya coming back into the attack now at this stage of the game. I think he's saying to himself that he might be the best option and able to prize out a wicket, so to speak. But if it goes that he does not get that wicket, it leaves lots of inexperienced bowlers down at the bottom, and this could be very much vital and costly for the Indians. But nevertheless, it will play well into the hands of the West Indians.
29 balls, 6 fours, 2 sixes. Here is Pandya, bowls to Powell. They get a very quick single. They might be looking for the second. They're turning. They're going to go for the second as Gill comes off the boundary. And they complete 2 good-looking runs. This is wonderful cricket here from the West Indies. You must applaud this effort.
Yes, definitely. And I think they're playing very smart with Pandya having, nobody inside the circle on the onside to stop those things, that double. Everyone is just actually bracing the boundary apart from the short third man, the short fine leg inside the circle. So basically, what Pooran and Paul decides that once the ball is pitched just a bit straight and they play it anyway with soft hands in that area, it's 2 runs easy.
Here is Hardik Pandya. Passes the umpire, bowls to Powell. He's fishing outside the off. Some misses taken by the keeper. And the score remains at 85 for 3 in over number 10. Powell is 17 from 17. Pooran is 50 from 29. His 50, as I said, 29 balls to get there. 6 fours and 2 sixes. Lovely innings from the West Indian left-hander.
Good innings by Pooran. One would want to see him go on. He's batting well. You don't want to just see him come and bat this well and then just don't carry on. But, he should carry on.
85 for 3. This is Powell, opens the face. Bisects the 2 fielders there at a short third man and backward point. And it goes into the boundary for 4. The runs are flowing now for the West Indies, just like the cheers out there in the stands. 89 for 3.
Lovely shot there by Powell, but not smart bowling at all by Pandya. You're having the fine leg, the third man, and a backward point inside the circle. I think what you would need to do, you would just need to bowl a bit straight and not too much length. And there it was, giving Powell that length and was able to just bisect the 2 fielders and get 4 runs.
And I like this very small innings here from Powell. He's building. Very smart about it. Some deft touches. This is Powell going down to third man and is out caught. Well, when you think things were really high for the West Indies, there is the fielder, that's Farmer who takes the catch. We just confirmed that. 89 for 4 though. Powell goes back for 21. Good strike here from Pandya.
Good strike there from Pandya. And what Pandya did in the previous delivery, the third man was inside the circle. What he did is send the third man back on the third man boundary and just bowl the ball a bit shorter, a little bit more pace. Powell looking for that cut it uppishly. The ball carried to the third man and was able to get a wicket. I think this is something good you would like to see, that whenever bowlers make those changes and put them in strategic position, right after that position, we could see the wicket falling. Good captaincy, good bowling. Powell would want to hit himself a bit on the shoulder.
Yes, excellent work being done there by the Indian fielder. That's Mukesh Kumar, who pulled off the catch there, a third man, 89 for 4. And just when the West Indies were just taking control of the game, lost a very important wicket of their captain. That's Powell, caught a third man for 19, 89 for 4, and we're in the 10th over. So just in case you've joined us late, let me just tell you what transpired during the course of the morning session. Of course, India won the toss, and they posted 152 for 7 of their allotted 20 overs. And the West Indies, in reply, losing King without scoring, Charles for 2, Mayers for 15, and moments ago, Powell, the captain, for 19. You're 89 for 4. In the process, though, Nicholas Pooran getting another 50, getting to 50 off 29 balls, 6 fours and 2 sixes. And so far, it has been a very, very keenly contested affair out in the middle. Jermaine has left us, and we welcome back John Ramsing. Good afternoon to you, John. How are you doing?
Good afternoon, Anthony. Good afternoon, everyone, once again. Not too bad at all. West Indies losing their 4th wicket now after a 57-run partnership for the 4th wicket between Captain Rovman Powell. You mentioned 19, but it's actually 21 from 19 balls. Not a bad knock at all in partnership with Nicholas Pooran, who's just gotten to his half-century. Very busy partnership. A good innings as well from Nicholas Pooran, steadying the ship after 3 wickets in relatively quick time. The top order blown away.
Yes, so Pandya will about to deliver what would be the final ball of the, I make it the 10th over, and he will bowl to, that's Hetmeyer, who is coming. So he's a local man, and he would want to get amongst the runs. The last game didn't score much, wasn't around for a long time. So he want to bat and to build an innings here to see his team home. That is very critical at this point in time. Hardik Pandya, he will have all the ideas. His team's in. And we'll have to go back. I guess Hetmeyer is not ready. But Hetmeyer, John, will want to get a decent score here.
It's due for a big score. It's due for a score, in fact. And with the spectators here at Providence, he would not want to disappoint.
Here is Pandya to Hetmeyer. Gets the bumper, and he pulls it down to mid-wicket. No doubt will get a second run. So he's off the mark right away. He gets 2. And that completes over number 10. 91 for 4. Hetmeyer is 2. Pooran is 50. More from you, John. Then it's going to be 9.
So it means that West Indies require just 62 runs from the last 10 overs in this run chase. It is a very good position for the home side. 1-0 up already in the series. They'll want to go to the 3rd match on Tuesday with a 2-0 lead. But India now are breaking that partnership that was holding the innings together. We look to make more inroads into this West Indies batting lineup with the likes of Jason Holder, Romario Shepherd, and the bowlers to come, Akil Hussain, Alzari Joseph, and Obed McCoy. So they know India, another 2 wickets, can really see them pushing for a victory late in this match, despite being behind now. As we welcome back Naeem Chan.
Hi, John. Nice afternoon. We're back with the sunshine. And we're back with the action. Let me just tell you, the end of 10 overs, the Indians were 65 for the loss of 3. And so this match has been pretty even, Stephen. Now, the West Indies, they're 91 for the loss of 4 at the end of 10. Just trying to paint that little scenario for you. And Chahal will continue from the southern end of the ground. That's Ishan. Bishnoi, correction. So Bishnoi from the far end. He's going to bowl to Pooran and gets a short ball, guides it up on the offside, no run. So Hetmeyer, there is some expectation that you're hearing from the crowd because there's a lull. They want to see their star Hetmeyer score. He's at 10 in the last game. And I'll tell you a little bit about him as it goes by. Pooran settles, he's 50. Bishnoi comes in wide of the crease, swept down the leg side. Can't get past well, just in front of him actually, and picked up by the wicketkeeper. So Hetmeyer, quite a prolific career, 51 matches before this, 807 runs, 81 highest. He has an average of 20.69. He's got to improve on that. Here is Bishnoi, flicked into the onside by Puran. Runs here, they've gone for one. That's all they're going to be. Arshmaid picks it up from backward square. So a single to the score, 92 for the loss of 4. And as I said before, there were 65, the Indians for 3 at the end of 10.
Hetmeyer in the 3-1 internationals, Naeem, 11, 9, and 4. We want to do much better than that in this T20 series. Had 10 in the first T20 match in Trinidad and Tobago. He's much better than that.
We know that. The funny thing is that some people, it's fantastic to listen to the crowd. There was one particular comment that said that the West Indian players, they only do exceptionally well, jump over the stands, taking catches. When it's the IPL, is he caught? He was prodding forward there, Hetmeyer prodding forward, and the players are celebrating. Hetmeyer walks, and he is gone for 2. The disappointment in his career continues, and he goes back dejected, rejected as well. I don't think the crowd is pretty pleased with that. So the West Indies, have they lost another wicket? He's not moving. He's chatting with Puran at the non-strikers end, but the players are all celebrating.
Umpire Leslie Rifford Jr. is actually going to send this one up to Gregory Brathwaite, who's the third umpire, the television umpire today. But it was a very good delivery from Ravi Bishnoi, the googly, and that has drawn Hetmeyer out of his crease. He was stretching forward, and from this vantage point time, it looked as if it took the outside edge and into the keeper's glove. Ishan Kishan, and the slip went up immediately. And then we see Bishnoi celebrating as well. So there must have been something. In fact, it just clipped the part of the wicketkeeper on its way through to for a slip. And Naeem might have been hitting just before getting to that field at first slip. Hitting ground, that is.
Yeah, we're looking at a replay actually in the commentary box. The ball drops just before Kishan takes the catch. Gill, correction. And so that's not a fair catch. I think the umpire will rule not out. Hits the turf. Hetmeyer should survive. So the umpires are going back to their respective places. And Ed Hetmeyer lives to tell the tale, and let's hope he makes full use of this.
Yeah, you can hear the crowd erupting because they've seen the replay on the Jumbotron as well, and it now shows not out. Hetmeyer is going to go back to his crease, but not the catch I was thinking about. I was thinking about that delivery, a peach of a delivery from Ravi Bishnoi. Draw him forward, and it bites something, but just did not carry to Gill at first slip, who's standing just a bit too deep.
Now there's a little lull. Little celebration. Hetmeyer survives. Bishnoi comes in, flighted ball, struck down the ground towards the long on position. A single to Hetmeyer. But I like the confidence Hetmeyer displays, and oftentimes you think that this little gentleman cannot get out. He's just about 30 years of age. He's got quite a career ahead of him, but there's something more that his fans expect from him. Bishnoi lost the sunshine. Big shot over the top, straight over long on. It's gone way high, and 6 runs there. Puran scores another 6, 99 for 4. And the West Indies, they seem rampant when Puran is in strike. And then all of a sudden, it's another complexion that takes.
Very good shot. This time Bishnoi pitching up and pitching into the arc, really. And there is Puran, free swing of the arms. And that one went way over the roof here, above the hospitality suites to the southern end here at Providence. That is a massive hit, Naeem. And that really is a good shot. Shot of a man not only in form, but a man who is very confident. Remember, we saw him stroking 100 just before coming into the Caribbean in the Major League recently. So he's a man in form, Nicholas Puran, and showing that he really is putting a price on his wicket today.
Well, I had the good fortune of describing Puran on the 19 right at this stadium, and it was remarkable to note that I likened him on to Chris Gale when, as far as hitting the ball, very, very clean. He could cover drive you for 6, and with his diminutive kind of status or stature, you would not think that he can hit the ball so powerfully. But he has come a very long way, impressed since he was a youngster. In the last year, people were saying that he was fading away, but he's bounced back quite nicely.
I look at the equation now, because mainly of Nicholas Puran, 57 in quick time, 54 to get from 54. Run a ball from here on 9.
Well, that should be easy pickings. The pitch, I think they've settled in quite well, especially Puran. And a run a ball should not be pretty difficult. Hardik Pandya has got other things in mind. He charges or runs away from us into ball to Hetmyer. Hetmyer, not confident, prodding forward, takes the inside edge, goes up on the onside. This is 50, number 10 for Nicholas Puran at T20 Internationals, his personal record. He's a powerful strike of the ball. We've lost the sunshine. Nice little wind coming across the ground. Rich Atlantic breeze as the crowd, in patient expectations, look ahead to Hetmyer for runs. Into his pads, he turns it up to short mid-wicket, and there is no run.
After that dream start that Hardik Pandya gave India with the ball, he was roughed up after that. But now we see him in his final over, keeping Nicholas Puran quiet so far. Still 4 deliveries to go, and he will love to see the back of these batters, especially Puran, but he's not bowling to Puran at the moment. And we know what Shimron Hetmyer can do, but Hardik Pandya is the key, in my opinion.
So, here we go. Pandya runs away from us, up and bowls to Hetmyer, over the top, long on. Will this carry? It might just get into the boundary for 4. It does now. Nice, confident looking shot. There was a long on, but this was wide of the long on to his left. And I think so, therefore, it was a calculated shot. So that brings up the 100. The West Indies must be having smiles on their faces. Hardik Pandya doesn't like this. Hardik Pandya is a very animated kind of cricketer. He's got high adrenaline levels. He breaks into that rhythmic approach. He's up there to Hetmyer. Hetmyer drives, can't get past mid-off, but a quick singer. And he skates on his tummy. And he has a lot of that too. Skates on his tummy to safety. So a single that carries the score to 104 for 4.
Yeah, good commitment. I love the commitment being shown by Shimron Hetmyer. After that boundary to that mid-wicket region that was very vacant, now getting a single to get himself off strike, but rotation in the strike is very important.
So every time there's a bit of excitement, or a surge of excitement if you like, then there's a little lull. Pandya comes in, bowls to Hetmyer. That's Puran correction. I think he was uncertain of whether the ball was short enough. He came in very early, cramped for space, and I think he controlled it well in the end. He got a single down to square leg, forward of the square leg umpire.
Not a bad tactic really to use if you're not getting the big hits that you would love. Perhaps just work it into the gap like he did for a single and rotation in the strike. It means Pandya now will have to bowl to our next batter. Despite both left-handers, they're 2 different type of left-handers.
Yes, one is quite larger than the other, I guess. So, am I saying correctly? The larger one, Hetmyer, that's a well-controlled shot. Lifting delivery, short of a length. He came in, he knows that there is a backward square, he knows that there is a forward square, and controlled it well. Pulling it down, good shot from Hetmyer. He picked up a single, 106 for 4, that's the end of the over.
47.
Cricket commentary comes to you with the kind compliments of the Sports Network. Located in Berbice, the Sports Network provides coverage for radio and television. So let our experienced broadcasters provide the coverage you need for your event. Give us a call today on 651-7661 or WhatsApp 518-986-9681 or email sportsnetwork@yahoo.com. The Sports Network, Coverage is what we do.
So now a change in bowling. Harshdeep from the far end, southern end. Up and bowls to Puran. Puran, that's Hetmeyer, tickles it around the corner, down towards forward of the square leg umpire. They pick up a single. Single that carries the score to 107. So they need 46 from 47. It's just about keeping it there. They've got very pretty big hitting batsmen at the moment. They've got Shepherd and the likes of them to come. So I don't think that there's a spot of worry. They just need to stay there, rotate this the strike, and you can get there quite easily. Arshmead has got other ideas. He's up there now, bowls to Puran. Puran hauls it around to backward square. Nice control there again. Lifting, there's no one up for the catch, very close. So it's quite spread out there. There's a backward square and there's a long leg. He controlled it, turned the wrist, and got it along the ground.
Yeah, the fielders are set wide and deep as well, so the gaps are there. You just need to be very smart in your running as well, because if you play it with soft hands, you can get two. The field spread as deep as it is now.
Next delivery, that's 6. Gone! Over square leg. We want Hetmeyer. I'm hearing it from the crowd. What a shot. Trifle short. Arshmead is by no means a medium pace bowler. He's pretty quick, and he was in position, Hetmeyer, in a flash.
Yeah, that's his strength, Hetmeyer. When it's short and just it sat up nicely for him, and he just pulled over mid-wicket. That's his favorite shot, so he's not going to miss out on that. Arshdeep will want to be a little bit fuller. Maybe if he's going to bowl short, he's going to cramp Hetmeyer. But with that pace he has, he's not going to threaten Hetmeyer at all.
Well, he's gone past his last score. He's 16 of 10 deliveries, 114 for 4. So he's smiling. That's a trademark of Hetmeyer. He has a huge grin. You can actually count the teeth in his mouth. Yeah, very bright smile, friendly character, Hetmeyer. He comes back to the striker's end. He's 16, 59, Puran, 114 in over number 13. Arshmead Singh from the far end charges in now, up and bowls to Hetmeyer. Very, very good control. I'd like to congratulate Hetmeyer there. It was a slow ball, shorter. Hetmeyer saw that it was outside the off stump. He was going to pull it down the leg side, controlled it. I think what Arshmead is doing is tempt them. Go for it, down the leg side. I've got 3 men out there.
A little bit of premeditated stance he saw really from Hetmeyer on that occasion. He was committed to the pull, but Arshdeep, realizing that he's looking for that shot, pulled it wide of the off stump.
38 from 44. Another single out in the offside. Nicely picked up at extra cover. Another single that carries Puran on to 60-17. Hetmeyer, 37 required, 43 balls available, legal deliveries. Nice crowd, John. I expected a full house here. I understand that the CPL actually is pretty well sold out.
Yeah, we've been hearing some news about sold out for the CPL.
Arshdeep comes in to Hetmeyer again, another lifting ball. And this is why I want to say congratulations to him. He's been controlling them. He's not tempted. 3 men out on the field on the leg side. That's the end of the over. 117 for 4.
Tap, swipe, or pin. It's as easy as 1, 2, or 3. And it's free for 2. Why use cash when you've got a card? Upgrade to better with the new Easy Access MasterCard from COB.
This is Cricket on Cotton Drive.
So back here at the National Stadium, who are we going to have? Mukesh, he's going to come from the southern end of the ground. He's going to bowl to Hetmeyer 18, 117 for 4. They got to get 36 from 42 balls. This looks like easy pickings.
Very easy at the moment for West Indies with set batters at the crease especially.
There is Mukesh into Hetmyer in the block hole. Did well to turn it up on the onside. I think he's displayed a lot of control that I don't see in contemporary times. And I think Hetmyer knows where his head is and knows exactly what his role should be. He has resisted every attempt from Arshdeep to hook down the leg side. This was a Yorker on the leg stump. He was very quick in position and just casually turning it away. Good control.
Nice partnership as well, 29 runs. So handing the strike back to the aggressor and to the one who's already with a half century to his name, a milestone. Nicholas Pooran's highest in the T20 score, 74 not out. So he has an opportunity to better that in this match.
Kumar, or Mukesh may I say, up, and that's in the block hole too. Good bowling from Mukesh, and that's from Kumar. And some of the Indian names, you call them by the first name simply because you may have 11 Singhs playing, 11 Pasads. So I recall describing the Pakistanis, and Tony Kosher would say, it's Inzamam. Inzamam. Yeah. Repeat that, let me hear. Inzamam, sir. Right. So, because many of the titles are the same, so let's call him Mukesh, just like Surya Kumar. We call him Sky now. Mukesh comes in to bowl to Pooran. Short, pulled away. Good shot. Hetmyer correction. It's going to be picked up at the mid-wicket boundary. A single to him. He goes to 20, 120 for 4. 33 required from 39. Let's welcome all of you again if you're listening to us for the first time. India winning the toss, batting, they made 152. And so the West Indies are 124-4 in over number 14. Pooran settles, 61 out of 37 deliveries. Mukesh into him, he's driving, doesn't get hold. And picked up on the offside, extra cover. And again, there's no run. So let me go across the field for you. There's a third man short there, and this is on the offside. There's a man down at backward point right up on the boundary. Extra cover. Cover, extra cover, long off on the offside. On the onside, there's a long on, straightish mid-wicket, backward square short, and a man down on the long leg boundary. Pooran, 61, settles. Flicked away. That's gone. It's gone for 4. Backward square. 6. Didn't even see it. Lost in the crowd. Great shot, Pooran. Pooran is treating the Guyanese crowd, and he has played exploding today at the National Stadium. This is his 12th 50 that he's had. Sorry, 1050 correction. And so he has hit more sixes than any other player in T20 internationals at the National Stadium. He's had 12 sixes here before this innings.
But that was very easy. It was a full toss on the leg. Just whipped it nicely. Good control, nice timing.
And this looks like the final furlong. Slashed, dropped, caught again. Second attempt. Pooran, short ball, slashed down to cover. And he has to go. Samson takes the catch. 67. Pooran, the West Indies, 126 for 5.
That was a very good catch. It was a ball that was just short of a good length, and there was Pooran into position quickly. Full-blooded drive, but straight into the hand of Sanju Samson, who had to take it on the second attempt. The first time it actually got into his hands, it pretty much as if it hit a wall. With that deflection was enough for Samson to get a second bite of the cherry, and he did so very well. And Pooran's innings, 6 or 7 from 40 balls, comes to an end. 6 4s and 4 6s. Very well played from the former West Indies T20 and 50 overs captain. Good wicket as well for India to pick up at this stage, because one of the set batters is dismissed. Partnership broken. Despite the required run rate is under 5 runs and over, new batters at the crease. Sometimes panic will step in. We've seen it before.
Well, Romario Shepherd makes his way to the center. Romario Shepherd, I must say, is maturing with the passage of time, of course. And what made me feel so is the last over that he bowled in Trinidad and Tobago, the first T20 international against India. Absolute control. It's a long time I haven't seen such control displayed from Romario Shepherd. So everyone is growing in the game. Is whether you can use the time and the passage of this journey to mature and display that maturity. Romario Shepherd seems to possess that, at least in a great little quantity.
Yeah, I think he has been working very hard to perfect the art of bowling at the depth and trying to remain calm and trying to actually get his way with the ball, bowling at the depth. His batting has been very good. He's been, we can say, consistent without being great, and that is a very good asset for him.
Bishnoi up and bowls to Hetmyer. Hetmyer is forward, just outside the off stump, no run. So he's on 20. And this has been a wonderful opportunity to interact with you as the game almost to the point of pulling down the curtain. Anthony Kemraj would be with you in just a while to take you to bedtime. Bishnoi to Hetmyer, he's up there now, bowls to him, forward. And there's a vociferous appeal. Not out, says the umpire. Hetmyer was prodding forward, struck on the pad. I don't know if they're asking for the review. Yes, they are.
It will be very interesting because Hetmyer was long forward and Bishnoi was very confident. I think it would have been the googly that he actually bowled. And because of that, he's thinking that the ball is going to... the line of delivery is actually going to move from leg stump to off stump. Hetmyer stretching long forward, I think, is going to be watching very closely, because if it is the googly, he could be in some trouble.
So the usual replays are on, and it's looking, we'd have to wait on the umpire. Let's not take away the work of the third eye. So they're looking at the replay. Hetmyer was prodding forward, and as John quite rightly said, it looked like, I think Hetmyer was deceived with the angle of the ball. So it seemed to have cleared the bat from an inside edge. Yeah, just about third eye, just looking at it again and again. And then he's going to look at whether the ball, first of all, dropped in line, and then whether it would go on to hit the stumps.
Nothing wrong with height. If you can see on the replay, nothing hitting bat either. It's pitched outside leg stump now, and that has certainly saved Hetmyer.
Saved by the bell.
Saved by the bell. Good decision from umpire Leslie Reifert Jr. and confirmed by Gregory Brathwaite, who was in the television room. But Hetmyer, like I said, he did not doubt it at all that he was not out. He looked very much confident that he's going to survive that one.
Well, all the people who have been teaming up to work here for this game, congratulations. Everything went so smoothly. Hetmyer forward, and it looks as though, even for a fleeting moment, that the West Indies are marching towards victory.
And Hetmyer showing some respect to Bishnoi, who's now into his final over, yet to pick up a wicket. 30 runs conceded, and Hetmyer perhaps looking at him as the threat.
There's Bishnoi again, up on bowls to Hetmyer, back and across, pushing it, angling the face of the bat. So congratulations also. I think it has been splendid umpiring. Leslie Reif of Barbados, Nigel Duguid, Guyana, Mr. Gustav, the reserve umpire, Mr. Brathwaite, TV umpire. Richie Richardson, good afternoon to you, sir. He's been the match referee. Stabbed away into the offside, Hetmyer. No run, 27 required, 31 balls. This is over number 15. Anthony Kemraj will come in after this delivery. Bishnoi. Jog trots, he's up there now, bowls to Hetmyer, short, whipped off the body, down towards the mid-wicket region, the cross for a single, that's the end of the over. 127 for 5, 26 required from 30 deliveries. More from you, John, than Anthony Kemraj.
Very good over from Ravi Bishnoi, just a single of the last ball of that over. Other than that, Hetmyer has been very watchful. scalp of Nicholas Pooran. Do not want to lose or to expose a new batter too early. Watched out, especially to Bishnoi. So you watched out that over. Takes a strike for the new over. Yuzvendra Chahal is still with 2 overs up his sleeve. So is Mukesh Kumar and Arshdeep Singh with 1 more. So those are the bowling options. But Hardik Pandya, 3 for 35. And just moments ago, Bishnoi, none for 31, completing their quota of 4. So those are the bowling options for India as we look to defend the remaining 26 runs needed by West Indies. 5 wickets in hand. Hello, Anthony.
Hello, John. 26 from 30. Here is Chahal. Bowls to, that's Hetmai. He's sticking it in the onside. Looks for a second. And Shepherd is coming. The return is on his way and he will be run out. My word. What a disaster for the West Indies. Miscommunication of some sort. 25 from 29 now. 128 for 5.
Disaster indeed. Where was Shepherd going for that second one that was not on? Hetmai was contented with a single, and Shepherd, looking for the second, actually did not just look for a second. He was scampering down the pitch for the second, and his partner turned back, realizing that there's danger in that one. Shepherd run out by not even in a frame, by a country mile, you'd want to say, without facing a ball. He's going to be disappointed not to at least get a ball on bat at home here at Providence, but another big wicket for India. And like I said, with the partnership broken between Hetmai and Pooran, sometimes panic can step into the camp, and now losing Shepherd so soon after, it may just happen again.
Yes, you know, we're all human beings. One moment we might be flying very high, and the next moment we fall back down to earth. Things do happen in life, and very interesting things do sometimes. The West Indies were sailing at one time. Well, it started really badly, then they came back into the game and maintained that consistency. But then the Indians came back, and I like the fighting spirit of the Indian team. They're not giving up by any chance. And Chahal bowling pretty well too. We look at the replay again. Hetmai was coming down and was looking for the second initially, but then Shepherd might have taken his call very early and might have said, you know what, he's coming, let me go. And there is where it went. Here is Chahal. Bowls the holder outside the off stump. Misses taken by the keeper. And no run. 128 for 6. Things are getting very interesting here, John.
Jason Holder is very experienced. He can be the man for the season in his 53rd T20 international. So he will have to really give support to Shimron Hetmai. Just 25 runs needed for victory. But they have to work for that because India, they're prepared.
Here is Chahal, bowls to Holder. He's flicking it straight into the onside. Straight to the fielder there. That's Pandya, the captain, who I think has really led India well, if not brilliantly. His bowling changes have been well and well advised too. 128 for 6. Brilliant sunshine. Here is Chahal. He's up there, bowls to Holder. He is beaten. Is he bowled? I think he is. There's an appeal for stumping. And we'll just await the decision now. Things are happening and happening very fast. 128 for 6.
Another good delivery, flighty delivery that drew Holder out of his crease. He missed it. And the wicketkeeper took off the bails in a flash. And Jason Holder seems to be struggling.
Well, he seems to be injured. He's on the ground. And just be somewhat of a thigh injury. Let's wait and see though. Ball outside the off stump, coming forward, beaten, and then Kishan taking off the bails, and his Holder was coming through with a shot. He fell over, and sometimes those niggles, those little injuries, John, can be very painful.
We have to see exactly what happened that caused him to go down. But looking back at the replay, he was definitely drawn out of his crease. And when the stump was broken, he was trying to get back in. It might have gotten his foot just on the line. And the line certainly belongs to the umpire. So nothing planted behind that crease. He's going to be given out. And it's going to be a tough call for Gregory Brathwaite. But from this vantage point, Anthony, nothing behind that line. And just like I mentioned, the collapse that is familiar with West Indies cricket. Pooran going, followed by Shepherd. And now we're seeing Jason Holder may very well be given out stumped.
Well, that's pretty close. And as you said, the line doesn't belong to the batter. And that you'd want to think that, you know what, Jason Holder is gone for all his money here. And as you look at the replay again, Well bowled there from Chahal. And the Indians are somewhat putting under pressure now, as they did in the first over, maintaining this ascendancy now in this latter part of this game. And that's pretty close.
As it pertains to the injury, Jason Hole is back up on his feet, but not looking very comfortable. The umpire is still to make a decision. That's Gregory Brathwaite, the television umpire. But if Jason Hole is going to be given out here, it will be a very difficult position for West Indies to be in, with only the bowlers to come. Akil Hussain, Alzari Joseph and Obed McCoy. Shimon Hetmai is there. He's well set on 22 from 21 deliveries. But he will need a partner if West Indies will get 25 runs required for victory and to go 2-0 up. And the decision now coming, Anthony, and it says that Jason Hole is stumped without scoring. And a very good delivery again from this leg spinner, Yuzvendra Chahal. He's been very good at all levels. And yet again, getting a wicket. That the prize of scalp of Jason Hole, who I mentioned with his experience, can hang around, but it's not to be today.
So he's stumped for, in fact he didn't score, 128 for 7. 25 from 26 is the equation now. And in the 16th over, Hetmai 22 from 21. Akil Hussain hasn't scored as yet. And these are trying times here for West Indian cricket in this match especially. And this has really been a commendable effort here from India to come back towards the latter stages of this innings and to put some pressure here on the West Indies. But Hussain and Joseph, they're capable batters, and one would want to think that they can partner Hetmai, but take nothing away from India. They have played splendid cricket. And Hussain numbers 36 matches, 132 runs, a best of 44. He would want to come here good this afternoon, as we're back here with the brilliant sunshine here that we started at the Providence Stadium here in beautiful Guyana on the East Bank. And lots of action out in the middle. 25 from 26, Chahal to Hussain.
Definitely some nerves will be in the stomach there of the left-handed Hussain.
He's tucking his first ball down to backward square. Will get a single. That's Gill, who slides and retrieves now. So he's okay. So they get another single. In fact, it's Patel. So one more to the score. And the anxious majority of West Indian spectators here did want to see a West Indian win. But India, take nothing away from them, John. They've played good cricket too.
Good comeback after that partnership of 57 between Hetmai and Nicholas Pooran in the middle order. Remember, Pandya picked up 3 wickets very early, and West Indies needed that partnership. That partnership brought them back into the game, but now India fighting back.
This is Hetmai. He's struck on the pad. There's a loud appeal, and Chahal, in consultation with Hardik Pandya, sends it upstairs. The review, 24 from 25. These are nervous moments.
Very much nervous moments indeed. And I think, judging from the body language of the Indians, they're very confident. Hetmai as well, we know him always to be very confident, and he seems to be thinking that he is safe as well. Might be thinking that the ball is going down the leg side. It was Chahal bowling to the left-handed Hetmai, and a ball that, in my opinion, with the revs that Chahal gives it, might be missing. So he just might be safe. But if it's a googly, it will come back. And Chahal, we know him, and Hetmai, who saw the first replay on the big screen, is actually walking back towards the pavilion without being given out by the television umpire, Gregory Brathwaite. Chahal again into the wickets. He is actually the first leg spinner to get 5-6 wicket hauls in T20 cricket. He has a record figures of 6 to 25 in T20s. He really is a champion leg spinner and showing his worth here again.
Yes, he is, and this is what really brings out the best in a player. And we're looking at the replay now. According to the replay, pitching in line, so that'll be out. So Hetmai goes back to the pavilion for 22. Hussain is on 129 for 8.
Umpire Gregory Brathwaite confirms that Hetmai is out, and Nigel Duguid on the on-field, giving the signal. Hetmai gone for 22, a run ball 22. playing back, jumping back to a delivery that pitched in line, hit in line, and went on, well, would have gone on, sorry, to hit Hetmaya's stump. And there we are seeing again the collapse. Puran, Shepherd, Holder, and now Shimron Hetmaya.
You know, it's something that's, you know, that's been sunk into West Indian fans for many years. And I just hope that this would go away one day. 24 from 24 now, as that's Alzari Joseph comes out to pardon Akil Hussain. These two can bat. We know about their abilities. We know that they can take it home for the West Indies. But, you know, full credit to India. Even though when Puran and Hetmaya, they were stroking it wrong, John, they just did not give up.
So it's going to be Mukesh who's going to be bowling this important over.
So Mukesh...
and if you look at what's happened recently, since the fall of Nicholas Puran's wicket at 126, it's now 129 for 8. So West Indies have lost their last 4 wickets for just 3 runs. That is the collapse I was speaking about earlier.
All those numbers, John, are synonymous with West Indies cricket. Lots of troubling moments for us in terms of our batting especially. I know the last match we pulled it away by just 4 runs. I'm speaking as a West Indian. Just 4 runs. But this match seems to be what? In the Indian favor at the moment. 24 from 24. It's a funny little game though. Things can happen for you and then it can go against you. But let's see what will happen here. So Kumar will continue with a bowl to Hussain. Hussain hasn't scored as yet. In fact, he has one. Joseph hasn't scored. And he will start over number 17. He's up there. Bowls to Hussain. He's driving on the offside of the wicket. Gets a single. He goes up to 2. 130 for 8.
Hussain looks good so far. Run a ball 2. He will need to see it through to the end. Alzari Joseph can hang around, but with the pressure on right now, 23 needed. At one stage, West Indies' required run rate was under 5 runs and over. Suddenly, it's back at a run a ball.
But I tell you something, if the West Indies do go on to lose this game, I know the ardent cricket fans across the region will be very, very much disappointed. Because at one point in time, the West Indies were way ahead. And India have really come back and come back nicely. Here is Kumar. He continues. Bowls to Joseph. He is, trying to flick this. This will come away pretty close to the boundary. In fact, it's cut off by Chahal. The Indians are throwing themselves wrong. And I was thinking they were coming back for another run. 23 from 22 now. 131 for 8.
Brushed the pad of Joseph. And I think Ishan Kishan did wonderfully well. It's actually hitting Joseph on the foot as he was shaping to flick that one. And with the deflection from Ishan Kishan, nicely backed up by the field at fine leg, Yuzvendra Chahal, they managed to get just 1 leg by. Very important in the context of this game. And it's still 22 needed from 22.
Yes, you know, no matter how they come at this moment, the West Indies will be welcoming the runs. They'll want to get across the line and to beat India successively, winning T20 International since 2016. So let's see what will happen. India, though, they'll want to come back here and level the series and come back Tuesday here in Guyana and want to go 2-1 up. But those are only speculations. They'll have to deal with what is before them at the moment. 22 from 22. Hussain settles, he's on 2. So the field for the right arm medium pace. A backward square on the onside. Forward square, long off. This is Hussain, he's chucking the pad. There's an appeal. Not outside the umpire. And would they go upstairs? That's Pandya. I guess they're going to be having a discussion. He was chucking the pad though as he was shaping to play on the onside. 131 for 8.
And it looks as if the Indians will take that review. It is available to them from this vantage point with Mukesh running over the wicket to the left-handed Akil Hussain. I think might be just pitching outside the line of legs, marginally if anything. But umpire Leslie Reefer says not out, and that is a very important decision that we must consider as well. But India, they have reviewed this one, and why not? They're ahead. They want to really drive home this advantage. They're not very confident because most of their players are back into their field positions already. But you never know because on the review, things may just go your way.
Yes, so it just might be slipping down the leg side as we watch the review now coming up. And once it's pitched outside the leg stump, then that means it's not out. So there you go. It's not on void there now, John. Pitching outside the leg stump. Still 22 to get to. Hussein, as I said earlier, he's very capable, along with Joseph. As Kumar will continue, we've just lost the sunshine for a little bit. We haven't lost the crowd. They've built up nicely, and they're into the game. And that's the thing about West Indian people. They love their cricket, know their cricket so much, and even the slightest of moments, or the smallest of moments, they would know when a team is going down or not. So here is Kumar. He steams in from the players' pavilion end to bowl to Hussein. He's coming forward, and that what? You call it a French cut, some may say, as he was trying to play it in the offside, went up on the onside, gets a single. So it's 132 for 8. 21 from 20 now, John.
Good decision again from umpire Leslie Reiford Jr. Did not look like if he was flustered at all in giving that decision. And it turned out to be the correct one, with the ball pitching outside the leg stump. Clearly, Akil Hussein with a French cut. He has an average of just under 19 runs per innings in T20 internationals. Highest score of 44 not out. So West Indies will not need all 44. We'll just want to have him there to the end.
Fans may saying, give us half of that. Here is Kumar, bowls to Joseph. He is forward, stroking it straight to short cover. That's Varma is in the way. He feels, and there is no run. 21 from 19. Joseph hasn't scored. Hussein has 3.
Only Obed McCoy to come. I'm sure he's not going to be a happy camper at the moment in the dressing room. Will not want to bat because his batting exploits not necessarily anything to write home about. So India, realizing that they need just one wicket to wrap things up, really. They're hunting, and good stuff so far. Good tight stuff from Mukesh.
Yes, they've always been on the ball, even though when Pura and Hetmai had that brilliant partnership. This is lifting outside the off stump. And Joseph might have just pulled the bat in at the last moment. Another over completed. And the score reads 132 for 8. Cricket commentary comes to you with the kind compliments of the Sports Network. Located in Berbice, the Sports Network provides coverage for radio and television. So let our experienced broadcasters provide the coverage you need for your event. Give us a call today on 651-7661 or WhatsApp 518-986-9681 or email sportsnetwork@yahoo.com. The Sports Network. Coverage is what we do. Good. So Arshdeep Singh continues, and he will bowl from the media center end, 132 for 8. And they're within the target. They have that amount of deliveries to get the runs. 21 from 18, so 3 overs to go. They need to get 21 runs to win. And when you look at T20 scenarios, you tend to think, you know what? The batting team would go away with that. But let's see what will happen. Here is Singh. He steams in to bowl to Hussein. Hussein is driving. Down pass, point for 4. That was lovely played. Lovely timing and placement there from Hussein. He goes up to, I make him 7. 136 for 8.
Many spectators would have had their hearts in their mouths on that occasion because it was played in the air. But I feel that backward point in Shubman Gill just a bit too straight, and that ball went much squarer. Good controlled shot from Akil Hussein, just opening the face of the bat and thread that needle there because there's a backward point, and there's a feel that a point right back on the boundary, and he got 4 runs. So 4 runs of the very first ball of the over puts the pressure back on the bowler.
Here is Singh. He's up there, ball to Hussein. He's opening the face down to third man. That's Chahal who comes off the boundary. They get 1 more. 137 for 8. 17-16 to get now from 16. And it's getting close here, John.
I think both sides getting a bit nervous with the situation at hand. Just 2 wickets away for India. And if West Indies can continue to get the odd boundary and pick up singles, 16 runs can come quite easily. But look at what Yuzvendra Chahal was just used for that 1 over. He has 3 completed, 1 to go. Mukesh has another over up his sleeve as well. So Arshdeep is going to finish now. maybe Chahal will bowl the 19th and Kumar will finish.
Here is Singh to bowl to Joseph. He is turning it straight to mid-wicket. That's the captain fields. In fact, it's Surya Kumar Yadav who's stationed there. Short mid-wicket. And they can get a run, 16 from 15.
So with Chahal maybe being a threat, West Indies will look to get as many as possible from Arshdeep Singh's final over, which is what is bowling now. And then, if they can watch out Chahal and take the rest from Mukesh, that may very well be the plan. I hope that you're seeing it that way as well.
Here is Singh to bowl to Joseph. Joseph is hitting it high over cover. Will get at least a second run here. That's Pandya, who is going to rifle a return in to the striker's end. It was aerial, but nevertheless very effective for the West Indies. 14 from 14, 139 for 8.
Nice shot, good controlled shot from Alzarri Joseph. It was ball was on the line of the off stump and hit through the line in the air, but over the infield. There's a ring of fielders on the offside there, trying to prevent the single and also to take the catches. But on that occasion, it was well hit from Joseph, and there's a gap once it passed the inner ring, and they managed to pick up 2 runs.
Good, so there's the mid-off, extra cover, point, third man. There's a man sweeping as well on the offside. On the onside, there is a short fine leg. Long on right out, deep mid-wicket, backward square. Here is Singh. He's about there now to bowl to Joseph. Joseph is turning it in the onside. Would they chance a second run? They are coming back. In fact, Joseph sends back Hussain, who was contemplating a second run. And the score goes up to 140 for 8. 13 to get from 13.
Good call from Alzarri Joseph, realizing that the fielder got onto the ball very quickly in Verma, and could have been a situation of a suicide again. So sent back Akil Hussain, who was charging, but he got the breaks down in time and went back into his crease. So 13, like you mentioned, away from victory. 13 deliveries still available. Still anybody's game.
Here is Singh in brilliant sunshine at the stadium to bowl to Hussain. Hussain is opening the face down to backward point. Chahal comes off the boundary, and they get one more. Good rotation in the strike. So what? The equation now is 2 overs, 12 to get 12. And John Ramsing, I want to believe it anybody's games from here.
Still anybody's game. 141 for the loss of 8 with 2 overs still to go. Akil Hussain looks very comfortable at the moment. Short ball, he just went on his toes, opened the face of the bat nicely into the vacant third man region to get a single to keep the strike at the start of the new over. And when the ball was full outside the off stump, he went hard. He got a boundary very early in the over. Arshdeep Singh completing his 4 overs now, 1 for 34. Joining Pandya, 3 for 35, and Bishnoi, none for 31, as the bowlers who have completed their spell of 4 overs each. Mukesh and Chahal with overs in the bag.
Here is Kumar from the Players Pavilion and bowls to, that's Hussain, and spanks it out to point where Patel is in the way, and he feels, and they get one more. They're coming in singles, 11 from 11 now. Hussain has 10, Joseph has 3, and the score has gone up to 142 for the loss of 8 wickets. But if you were telling this to someone maybe 6-7 overs ago, when Puran and Hetmai were there, they would say no, this wouldn't be the scenario. But that's a game of cricket, very funny game. Things do happen, and happen very quickly. Kumar continues. Joseph taps away. He's 3 from 6. Here is Kumar. He's up there, bolster. Joseph, he's pulling it down over mid-wicket. That's gone for 6. Is it 6? I was getting too excited. We'll just await the signal, and they'll just await the TV replay there, John. But that was nicely struck on the onside, nevertheless.
Yeah, short ball just outside the off stump from Mukesh. And there's Alzarri Joseph realizing there's a big gap at mid-wicket, pulled very hard, and I think it went into the advertising cushions on the boundary, plumb. So this is a decision again for Gregory Brathwaite, the television umpire. I certainly do not want to be in Gregory's chair today, and he's getting, he's gonna really work. He's really working hard for his money today, Gregory Brathwaite. But whether it's a 4, whether it's a 6, that's a welcome boundary for West Indies at this stage. And India now, we're seeing now, desperately looking for a wicket or for some dot balls to create some pressure. West Indies back ahead.
Yes, like you said, whether it's going to be a 4 or 6 be signaled, they'd welcome the runs because this is a very precarious position. And a very pressuring situation as well. We look at the replay again. And might have been, as you said, John, might have been hit flush on the cushion. The boundary cushion, that's it. And from my understanding, that would be 6. Let's see, though. We'll just await the umpires as we look at the replay again.
I must agree with you on that occasion, Anthony. It actually hit the cushion.
Yes, once it's flush, it should be 6.
Yeah.
So let's see what will happen.
At this stage, Anthony, I just want to take a moment to wish our brother a speedy recovery. Our brother Indrajit Prasad, not in the best of health at the moment, but Indrajit, better days ahead. Get well, my brother. You're a fighter. We will get through this again.
Yes, and I want to take this opportunity again to join with you, John, as well. Indrajit Prasad, we miss you so much, and we do hope that you come back with us shortly. He's ill at the moment, and I'm pretty sure that he's going to be well pretty soon. Good, good, good. So we're still awaiting the decision from the third umpire, and they're just making sure, John, that whatever decision they make in terms of the hit here is going to be perfect. 142 for the loss of 8 wickets, 6 runs, as I said, John, hitting the cushion flush, and those are welcoming runs for the West Indies.
Very much needed at this stage. So West Indies with that 6, we can say they are 1 hit away from victory. Thanks very much to Alzari Joseph. But India, 2 wickets away from victory. Still anybody's game, Anthony.
Yes, it's very interesting. Here is Kumar to Joseph. Gets a well-pitched up delivery. Gets a single. This is very smart cricket. Got a 6 just now and then got one in the block hole and has pushed it gently and got a single. Sped away very quickly. 4 from 9 now. 149 for 8.
Good single after hitting a boundary. That's 6. Getting off strike and getting Hussain, who looks very comfortable as well, back on strike. There's a little bit of a collision as Akil Hussain was running for that single with the bowler. Akil Hussain and the bowler. It looked as if it was a boxing match for a moment. They were caught in a tangle, but a very important single for West Indies. Someone actually predicted earlier that West Indies was going to win this game and Nicholas Pooran would be the top scorer. We must see if that person is still around.
Well, I would love to meet that individual. I'm pretty sure you'll get on to that person. Here is Kumar to Hussain. Hussain is hitting it high over long on. Will that get into the boundary? In fact, the field is coming wrong. And that's Gill. Looks as though it's Akshar Patel. And they get 2 more runs. Good looking runs. 2 to win now from 8, John.
And it can very well be over with an over to spare, because West Indies now, through Akil Hussain and Alzari Joseph, they're striking very well. With just 2 runs needed, I'm seeing that India is still protecting the boundaries. I think what they're doing is trying to have Akil Hussain on this occasion go for the big shot, go for broke, and look to get his wicket, because there's a field that long on who's actually going to come in now and a deep mid wicket. They're maintaining the fine leg on the boundary, but I think at this stage, Anthony, they'll be better off trying to save the singles.
Here is Kumar. He speeds in to bowl to Hussain. Hussain is driving down the ground. That's victory for the West Indies. Boundary for Akil Hussain. The West Indies win by 2 wickets. Very narrow margin, but congratulations to Hussain and Alzari Joseph towards the end. Congratulations to the West Indies team. Well played, winning by 2 wickets.
These matches are getting very close, because the last game ended with a 4-run victory for the home side. And here we are now coming to Providence for the first of 2 T20 internationals, ending very close again. Victory for West Indies by just 2 wickets with 7 balls to spare. Congratulations to the home side. Congratulations to Ravman Powell himself and Nicholas Pooran. Really got their team out of a spot of butter. They were in all sorts of trouble at that stage, and then they come back nicely to win this game with balls in hand. Did not panic at all. This pair, Alzari Joseph and Akil Hussain. Good partnership. 16 runs for Hussain in the end, 10 to Joseph. And when that collapse, that familiar collapse was with West Indies, the pair just held their nerves to get West Indies home. They are now 2-0 up in the 5-match series. The next match is on Tuesday.
Good. So that's the position. Of course, in this cool, stylish fan, second T20 international powered by Black and White. Let me just recap. India winning the toss and batting first, 152 for 7, and the West Indies winning towards the end by 2 wickets. We go through the scorecard quickly for you. King didn't score. Mears getting 15. Johnson Charles 2. Nicholas Puran, he got a well-played innings of 67. Rovman Powell, the captain, 21. Hetmeyer getting 22. Shepherd didn't score. Jason Holder didn't score. Akil Hussain, a match-winning innings towards the end of 16 from 10 balls. And there, Joseph has scored. Not on with all of you in wishing the West Indies very well. They have gone now 2-0 up in the series.
You've just heard commentaries on the West Indies India series, a production of the Cut and Drive Network. Join us again for more on Cut and Drive. You've just heard commentaries on the West Indies India series, a production of the Cut and Drive Network. Join us again for more on Cut and Drive.